Hello, everybody. Enough jorking around. I'm thinking it's time. Yeah, I'm thinking it's time. Oh, yes. Denims finished loading. Yeah, I had to wait for the rest of the program to load, okay? Denims launched the first strike in Montana in 50 years, withholding $50,000 in rent to strike against a major rent hike. Wait, oh my god, that's so cool. Yes, let's fucking go! Hold up, let me... Yeah, sure. Good morning, everybody. I hope you guys are all having a great Sunday. Well, first, make this music a little quieter. First and foremost, picture is hung. Oh, it's oh, she's hung. Oh, she's hung. I like my picture frames the same way I like my women hung. That's right. So, we have a lot of stuff to get to today. All right. First and foremost, we will be finishing that KILTONIC'S video. I've been enjoying it. There are some sections I was really excited about. So I want to get into that one. Then we have some wacky Trump stuff that I want to do. And we will also get to that. And then some stuff about Americans hating rich people, which is like, dude, no way. No way. I jorked all the dork that a Twitch chat could. If a Twitch chat could, oh my god, this is actually like a tongue twister. Well, anyways, how are you wearing a sweater? Don't you live in LA? Yeah, but I'm like perpetually cold. I'm kind of like a natural furnace. I can stay warm pretty easily. Or sorry, like the other way around. The opposite. I'm an internal air conditioner. Heat doesn't impact me the same way cold impacts me. It could just be a little cold and I'm like a living AC, correct. Yes. Iron, I thought it was that. I was like, I bet everyone thinks it's the iron. I bet it's the iron. I know for a fact it's got to be my iron levels. Got my iron levels checked. They're fine. They're like, bitch, you're just cold. I'm like, damn it. Fuck. Well, what about everything else? How's everything else? And they're like, no, everything else is good. Thyroid good. B12 good. Vitamin C good. Blood work is all good. It's like, damn it. Fuck. Anything else? No, you're good, man. You're good. You're fine. You're just a cold ass bitch. And I was like, damn it. Well, I guess it just be like that sometimes. Healthy, but at what cost? I know. Anyways, so with that in mind, gets worse as you age. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. Don't. Diagnosed with being chill. Oh. Some people wear hoodies in summer. Some people wear shorts in winter. Exactly. It's so true, dude. So, okay, I got some water. And I'm ready to rumble. Oh my god, I almost forgot. Where's Worm? Show Worm? I don't know. They're probably worming somewhere. But I almost forgot. Almost forgot. I'm so excited. Because we got emotes. Let's fucking go. Enough of this. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Promises made and promises kept. That's right, guys. That is correct. The non-believers were like, no way, I'm not going to be able to get emotes ever. She's lying. She's never going to give us emotes. She's never going to deliver the emotes. She's never going to do that. Yeah. And by the way, there's more emotes that are coming soon as well. I love the vom one, honestly. Dude, the puke is actually really good. The puke is actually really good. Hold up. I feel like all of our emotes are really cute. And I was like, we need some like hideous creature emotes. You know what I mean? Like I need some emotes that like inflict pain on people. That's what I need. So let me get this. Hold up. And a scamp. Is there an emote artist? I was getting that. 1 second. Hold. Yes. Pull this here. Perfect. Yes, as you guys know, I was talking about commissioning Feed Me for some emotes. We now have the emotes. Let's fucking go. And we're going to get more. We are going to get more emotes soon. So, yes, if you like those emotes, this is the person that put together the emotes, has crafted them, has made them beautiful. What monstro is this? It's being like really sad. What do you mean? What do you mean? Pretty straightforward, I feel like. I feel like it's pretty straightforward. He's just sad. He's just a little sad. That's it. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. But anyways, yeah, I thought you guys might enjoy some emotes. And as I promised, I would deliver on Mother's Day, no less. On Mother's Day, no less. I just really like how cursed some of these really look. Okay. Denims, rate my debate.
Not just tiny nation. Israel wrong about Cuba? What do you mean? Wrong?
Queen, thank you for the 3 months. Chris, thank you for the prime. Jest, thank you for the prime. Inhuman Anthropod, thank you for the 11 months. Thanks, guys.
You're so wrong about Cuba. What am I wrong about Cuba?
Ronix.
It isn't a tiny nation. The only tiny nation is Israel, the size of New Jersey. True. True.
Dude, the dangerous territory. It's like...
Israel, only nation. Israel, not just tiny nation. Israel, only nation. Size of New Jersey. Why do you hate Israel? You must love Israel.
Well, that's right. As we just...
The seconds when you're concerned you're going to get banned. You're like... surely. All right. Now... Tenants launched the first rent strike in Montana in 50 years. Residents at Bozeman mobile home parks are withholding $50,000 in protest of a major rent hike. It's a crucial fight for the last vestige of affordable housing.
With this rent increase, they are expecting me to pay $967 a month in lot rent for a trailer park.
The only weapon with which they have left us to defend ourselves is the rent we pay.
These mobile home tenants just launched the first rent strike in Montana.
Landlords be like, this is literally violence against me. Do you know how much it costs for me to not maintain your property? Do you know how much it costs for me to ignore all of the rats and roaches and lice and bed bugs and leaking and AC not working and windows cracked and stove not working? Do you know how much it costs me to ignore all of the problems you have to deal with? That's right. $0, okay? So fucking pay up.
Since 1978, collectively withholding $50,000, which is nearly double the cost of their landlord's latest price hike.
This is the first rent strike that has been in Montana over 50 years. We have to stay focused on the fact that affordable housing really needs to have the affordable in it.
We're being gouged. It's scary because it is a prelude to dark thoughts. Nobody wants to be homeless.
We can't just go find another option. It costs a huge amount of money to move a mobile home, and the reality is there's no place for us to move to.
I have no idea where I would go if I get priced out of here. I've looked elsewhere in town, and there's almost nowhere that's even close to this affordable, and it's not affordable here anymore.
Their landlord, Gary Oakland, sees these mobile parks as easy sources of cash, where he can jack up the rent and spend next to nothing on maintenance. He's now selling the parks to a large property management company and is continuing to price gouge residents on his way out.
My rent has gone up in the 5 years I've been here just over 70%. There has been no maintenance in this time since I've been here.
I'm going to say something very bold, okay? I think you should be able to complain about any of your landlords regardless of how much you pay, what city you're in, and how many amenities you get. Okay? I don't care if your apartment complex is actually really nice. If you're paying for something, you should get it. There's this weird, like, I feel like especially, this happens especially with conservatives, where it's like, there's like poverty Olympics. It's like, you live in a luxury apartment, and luxury apartment just means like, there's like a gym in the complex, and like you have a washer dryer. And the gym in the complex is like 3 weight machines and like a treadmill. And you're like, okay. Not a shared bathroom, yeah. If you are paying rent to your property to some other property manager that explicitly only has that property for profit, you should complain if you're not getting what you asked for, and you should complain if you're overpaying for things you shouldn't be overpaying for. It doesn't matter if your quality of life is better than other people's quality of life. You should complain if you're not getting what you got, if you're not getting what you're asking for. Wow, you're teetering on what some might call socialism on this one. Not sure I can watch. Sorry, my bad. I just feel like I see this sentiment with conservatives, especially where they're like, well, grow up, okay? And sometimes even like a little bit in leftist space where it's like, well, okay, you live in a luxury apartment. Oh, okay, they haven't fixed your whatever in your unit. Grow up. It's like, oh, man, I think they should fix it. I think if you pay to give somebody else profit, they should fix it. I don't think that that's crazy. But also, there is something uniquely evil about like buying up a bunch of mobile park homes and jacking up the rent on homes that people generally live in when they don't and can't afford anything better. Like that is something that is uniquely evil.
Everything is pretty much continuously falling apart. The sand in the water. Oh my God. The inside of my dishwasher is 8 months old and it's been sandblasted. I'm wondering just how much I'm ingesting.
We're told that there's nothing wrong with it, and I disagree because I'm drinking sand out of the bottom of the glass.
Our water is anywhere from terrible water quality to not running at all. Power goes out. People have sagging power lines on rotten poles above their homes.
We addressed this with Oakland and we're essentially told to
Landlords be like, I'm going to buy your property, charge you more, and make it better. Oh, sorry. Did I say better? I meant sand in your water. That'll be $900 more a month.
get over it.
I've lived here for approximately 15 years. The least that I can remember paying on the rent is $375 a month, and now they're
Sorry, you thought better for you? No. I meant better for me. And for the shareholders.
trying to get into our pockets for $947 a month. I'm not Daddy Warbucks like the person whom we are trying to negotiate with. I definitely I do feel the financial impact.
I believe that Gary Oakland has spent too much time being a C-suite executive and forgotten that people need a certain amount of money in order to just survive.
I've had this criticism in my brain, especially of Americans, for a very long time. Or I guess maybe more specifically or like more accurately. I mostly run into Americans, and Americans do it a lot. I don't know how often or common it is in other countries. So I'm only speaking about the American experience. Where like you complain about things kind of sucking, and then the first response by a lot of people is, you know, it's worse in other countries. It's like, why is your first instinct anytime anyone wants to enjoy life a little bit more to tell them that they are asking for too much? Why? Like, why are you so fucking surf-brained? Literally, like, how does this help you? I don't get it. I don't get it. This has been a problem that I've run into with Americans since my early feminist days, where I was like, wait a minute, like, you know, devaluing fields where predominantly women work in those fields is bad. And then there's always one dumb fuck that's like, you know, some women can't even drive cars in other countries. It's like, I'm sorry, do we live in that fucking country? No? Then why the fuck are you bringing it up? What is wrong with you? Like, what type of brain damage do you have to have? It's so annoying. Okay, guess what? I don't think it should be that way either in those countries.
We accept this one, then what comes next? Next month and next month and next month. And the people who are buying our parks will get the impression that they can do whatever they want. They can't. We deserve to be treated like human beings rather than numbers on Gary Oakland's ledger.
That is the point of unity. We are more powerful together.
No pay raise! Not 1 cent!
This is dope. This shit makes me so happy. Good old hopium to start off our Sunday. And also, another hopium news. Oh, they changed the article name. This political article came out the other day. The article title originally was Americans Say There's Too Much Money in Politics and It's Driving Election Outcomes. And now they changed it to poll. Republicans and Democrats agree on one big election issue. What's that election issue? I think this type of astronomical spending corrodes people's faith in our system of government, and I think people are really looking for change to take some of this outrageous amount of spending and rein it in. You mean to tell me people don't like money in politics? Whoa, that's so surprising to me. Share of adults split by their 2024 vote whether they agree or disagree with the statement, quote, there is too much money in American politics. 80% of Harris voters agree with that statement. 77% of Trump voters agree with that statement. Americans overall, 72% agree with that statement. How do we know about this for sure, though? Can we just like confirm? How about I just ask an establishment Democrat if they agree? And then we can just throw out, who cares about what the people think? I mean, what is this country? For the people? Don't be ridiculous. Don't be fucking ridiculous. At Denims, no country today has a legal ban on women driving, by the way, old news. Well, that's why I said one of the things that started pissing me off years ago when I was a baby feminist was when you would argue for any type of improvement in the workplace for women. And then chuds will say, you know, they can't drive in certain countries, right? So it is old news because I'm talking about things that happened in the past. And then I have to show all of you this. Okay, CNN, can you please load?
I don't think they're being demonized. I think they're being held accountable. When our country was great, when people think about when it was great.
CEO likens Mamdani's tax the rich slogan to racial slur.
It was when the tax rate on the rich was the very highest. It was between 70 and 90%. This tax that Mamdani is suggesting is a luxury tax on second homes over $5 million for people who aren't living in them full time. So it's like a pied-à-terre tax. It's going to make about $500 million a year for the city. 98% of the city is for it. I don't know why we wouldn't want that. This idea that you can afford to live in a 200 million plus home that you don't actually live in and you can't afford to pay more taxes is kind of insane. I think this hurts no one. I think we have to stop defending the people who are hoarding their wealth. And I think we need to look at this kind of wealth, this level of wealth, as a hoarder, you would look at a hoarder. If I had way too many typewriters in my house, if I had way too much newspaper in my house, you'd be like, Lee, you got a problem. You need to hold off on that. I think these people that get up to billions and billions of dollars, having Elon say he wants to be a 10 trillionaire coming up, it's like, that's a mental problem. And if they can't deal with it themselves, then we should tax them to deal with it.
So first, just to briefly address the economics, at least in New York, about the top 1% of basically 40,000 people pay about 50% of the taxes. So if you look at the numbers, I think Mamdani is going to be a tough spot because people will continue to leave. So that's just the reality. But in terms of the way that the rich are being treated, Mamdani, of course, is very close with Hasan Piker, who over the years has made comments.
The rich are going to keep leaving. They're going to leave. Also, he knows Hasan. I actually didn't pre-watch this clip, so that came out of fucking nowhere. That is amazing. Literally, you are a sack of shit, bro.
He wants to see effing capitalists' blood in the streets.
They know each other. They are not. You're associating Hasan Piker. Don't do that.
Please notice, by the way, she can't actually argue anything about the pied-à-terre tax. Her only argument is, well, it's just like they already pay so much. And did you know Mamdani knows Hasan Piker? So you're not going to actually argue the fact that this would just raise $500 million. This is just a luxury tax. 98% of people agree with it. We could use that money for an infinite number of things in New York City that are currently degrading. But no, for sure. Can we talk about Hasan Piker? Yes, that is the real question at hand. Hasan Piker.
Mamdani basically did a video right in front of Ken Griffin's house, called him out just blocks away from where the United Healthcare CEO had been assassinated. So I can understand why people are on edge. And
by the way, no one knew that that was Ken Griffith's fucking house. He's the one who told everybody else about that.
To address your point, Lee, Elon Musk has deserved every single penny of the money he's made. Jeff Bezos,
absolutely not. That is the most ludicrous statement.
Oh my God. Normally I would say, like, girl, he's not gonna fuck you, but actually he will. But he's only gonna speak to you if you have a son. So I guess you can get on that. Sure, go for it.
You have ever made. They are making money off the American taxpayer, off the American government, after deals with SpaceX.
Bigger.
I don't know why you're shilling for these people. It's nuts.
It has made our standard of living, because capitalism has a moral argument that needs to be defended. It has made our standard of living better than any other group of people in any other time. And I would say, I want Elon.
Guys, capitalism was slightly better than feudalism. No need to try anything else, right, guys? Ever? What? Like, where else does this argument ever work? You go to get, like, what's the worst fast food? What's, like, objectively what everyone agrees is the worst fast food? White Castle, probably. Oh, Del Taco is pretty bad. I feel like Arby's. I've never had Arby's. Taco Bell slaps. The people who are writing Taco Bell, you are smoking crack. Okay, you are smoking crack. All right, stop. Jack in the Box, low-key, kind of is not that good. Jack in the Box is low-key, not that good. Anyways, it's like having McDonald's and then you go to like an actual burger joint and being like, wow, this is better. This is the only thing we should eat from now on forever. It's like, well, I don't know, man. What if there are better things? We could try other things that might be even better as an idea. I don't know. No. That's it. We had feudalism and we had capitalism, so we can never try any other system ever. That is the dumbest logic that has ever been deployed in the history of humanity. Me as like a caveman talking to my fellow grog. And he's like, well, okay, I know I'm not gonna caveman all of it, but it's like, okay, I know we've been eating bugs, but what if we had, instead of just bugs, these like berries? What if we had that? And then you try one berry and you're like, this is all we need forever. It's like, well, what if there are other berries? What if we could like grill meat? What if there are grains? No, that's it. Berries and bugs. Yep, that's it. We don't need anything else.
living, Lydia?
Elon Musk,
Whose standard
I
of
hope he's
living?
a trillionaire because guess what?
Okay.
With his money, he's literally letting blind people see. He's letting paralyzed people walk. I want him to have the
let
money,
me just say,
not Elizabeth Warren, who's going to funnel it to fraud.
He's
in
letting
Somalia.
blind
just
people
one
see and
second.
paralyzed.
He's letting blind people see and paralyzed people walk. Girl, he is the one making the paralyzed people. Are you smoking crack? What are you smoking, girl? The OSHA violations in Tesla facilities are higher than the next 4 car companies combined. He's the one making the people paralyzed. Hello?
I think
What are we
Have you
doing?
heard of
Hold on.
Neuralink?
I
Have
do
you heard of
think that
Neuralink?
Lydia-
Have I heard of Neuralink? Does it
Neuralink, the one that made the monkeys kill themselves? Like, what the fuck?
work, babe?
Lydia's point about
Oh my
capitalism.
God, this is so
being
freaking
a-
insane. There are
Lydia, hold on, Lee. Lydia's point about capitalism being a vehicle for prosperity across the board in this country is true. But I also think you have to acknowledge that specifically Elon Musk would not be anywhere near as rich as he is, if not for the United States government, which subsidized his businesses, which gave him contracts, etc.
Oh, I wish I could know what her stupid ass argument was. Anyways, all of that was just to say, that's amazing. Hey girl, I just want you to know, no one agrees with you. American people don't agree with you. American people literally don't agree with you. The American people all collectively agree money is ruining this country. So like, please be real for one moment. Please, for one moment. Let's close these tabs. Dude, the Hasan Piker came out of nowhere. That was so funny. Okay. Okay, but what do the billionaires think? Oh, true, true. True. That's actually true. Like I said, the Constitution actually it starts with we the billionaires. So why do we give a shit what the people think? Hello? Okay, sorry. I have to see this. You guys know I can't resist some Candace Owens, all right? What do you mean she uploaded this? My message to Ben Shapiro. Guys, I have to pee so bad. Ooh, slap. Ooh, drama. Ooh. Ooh. I'm gonna go pee really fast. I gotta pissa. Stream hasn't even started and I gotta pissa. One sec. Hey, who muted me? All right, let's watch a little bit of this and then we'll get to the video.
You have no dignity. You have no loyalty. Peter thrice denied Jesus. But Peter was not Judas. And that is what Ben Shapiro demonstrates. Publicly, everyone knows that also Laura Loomer has been stalking me. But I've been telling you guys, my real stalker in life is Ben Shapiro, okay? Since the day that I was fired from the Daily Wire, he has not stopped trying to bankrupt my family. It is almost comical at this point. We've learned to just laugh at it. It never goes away. We were laughing at the fact that he's just kind of allowed to pretend to be this normal public figure, but he's low-key a deranged stalker. And like he just sort of hides behind it, tries to dig.
She's so messy. I love her. What do you mean she just posted this picture of tiny Ben Shapiro on a pony? Like, what do you mean she's just going to post this random out? Like, there's no source on it. She doesn't lead up to it. She doesn't say anything. It just shows up on the screen. Sorry, not tiny. Normal size Ben Shapiro.
The stalking through legal filings. It's like, oh no, it's fine that we sent an intern to follow her at her event after we followed her. That was after we fired her. That was our right. It's fine if we keep just using legal abuse as a strategy. And I mean, for every little infraction, like
Denim, it's clearly AI. No, that's a real photo. I actually personally took that photo. Nice try though.
They were monitoring my likes. Back when you could see likes on X, I was facing serious lawsuits over, you liked this tweet and it was a bit disparaging to us. Stalker, just full-blown stalker vibes. It all made sense though. It all made sense when phone calls started coming in, emails started coming in regarding the Daily Wire layoffs, which began, I am told, on Thursday, actually continued through Friday. There's some indication they may actually be continuing through today. And it was an absolute bloodbath. Do not allow them to spin it. Okay, I'm talking entire departments, big people at the firm, lawyers at the firm, the chief op.
Sam Cedar was talking about it a little bit, but like when you try to emulate mainstream media and you build like this massive structure and this massive like team, now you have all these insane expenses that you have to keep up with, and you rely on your massive media machine continuing to grow, or at the very least stay the same. And now you just have this obscene overhead, and you have no way to deal with it if your industry crashes and burns, even a little bit. And low key, it is kind of like a blessing in disguise to become an independent political creator, or an independent journalist, or whatever you want to call it, because journalism would be a stretch here. But the same thing happened to Mehdi Hasan and Crystal Ball. Like, actually, unironically, the best thing that happened to them was getting off of mainstream media, was getting kicked out of mainstream media, because it forced them to reinvent themselves and actually build something from the ground up. And they built it as small as they could initially, so they actually know how to do that. That's why H3 had to let a staff member go. Sad, you hate to see. But when you're just one individual, this freeze frame is brutal. When it's just one individual and you have like maybe a really small team, even probably Candace Owens has like a lighting team and like a microphone and camera team and everything. She doesn't have a massive team. She doesn't have a huge overhead. She just needs to focus on doing the fucking crazy conspiratorial content about how Charlie Kirk was murdered by his wife and it was all a ploy, and etc., etc.
Operating officer, the executive vice president, virtually the entire marketing department, the production team has now been reduced to a mere skeleton crew. No one was safe. Not even Ben's team was safe, marked safe from it. Even a director on his team was fired. It was brutal. I have counted approximately 54 people who lost their jobs from top to bottom. And that's just in this wave, because this has been going on, as we all know, for a while. The writing has been on the wall for a while. It has been very strange, the worst kept secret in media, as they keep writing, having people publish these articles that just defy reality. We were having private conversations like, how long can they keep up this charade and keep pretending that this is not happening when everyone can see the numbers? We can see how the public is responding. It's very strange to just sort of live in a delusion. We knew that they had brought in.
Saying this is one of the most conspiratorial people on the planet is amazing. You just live in a delusion. It's like, Candace, please. You're literally in a lawsuit because you won't stop speculating about what genitals the Macron's wife has. Come on.
Private equity some time ago in the last 2 years. I used to work in private equity in these particular types of situations, so I knew what the implications were of bringing in private equity, especially if it's a distressed debt situation. The usual term, as it was at the company that I worked at many moons ago, is 2 years. They'll inject cash into your company. They'll float you for about 2 years as you attempt to turn things around. You fire some people, you restructure a little bit, but you're kind of walking the plank, right? Maybe you fix it, but if you don't, they're gonna sell that company, and they're gonna own a huge chunk of that company that they sell. Now, I can't assert that that is definitively what the deal terms were for the Daily Wire, but I can say.
I'm trying to find this article that talked about how apparently the Daily Wire was spending millions of dollars. I found it. Perfect timing. The post reads, okay, it's kind of hilarious that this is a major reason why Ben Shapiro's media company has been collapsing. Inside the company, however, Ben and the other co-founder and CEO, Caleb Robinson, were growing increasingly disillusioned with Jeremy's management, particularly with his preoccupation with a big budget creative project called The Pendragon Cycle, a 7-episode Arthurian fantasy series that Jeremy began working on in 2023. He created an 8-figure budget for the show, 7 figures per episode, and also took a leave of absence to work on the project. But apparently this shit looked like ass. They had cardboard shields and you could see the duct tape on the show. Where the fuck did those millions go? How? In Jeremy's bank account? No, it wasn't even going in his bank account. He was taking it out of his bank account. If it was actually just going in his pocket, he would have just been pocketing the money. Oh my God, dude. That's incredible. That is actually amazing.
That we're just about now over 2 years, just over 2 years removed from my firing, and the Daily Wire has obviously not turned the company around. In fact, I would say they've just kind of cranked up the crazy, almost like they were trying to catalyze their own demise. And so, yes, it was announced on Friday that the mass layoffs took place, for which they offered this excuse to Barrett Media. I think Barrett Media was among the first to report the story. It reads, quote, today, the Daily Wire made a difficult decision to restructure the organization, which included layoffs to a number of teams. We are deeply grateful to those impacted. Their contributions were instrumental in building the Daily Wire into what it is today. The cuts were largely concentrated at our Nashville production office as the company has invested in new formats, locations, and production models. Our footprint there has evolved. Over the last year, we have added production staff in DC, the Northeast, and Florida. This step allows us to focus our resources on an ambitious slate of new entertainment projects that are set to release this year. Additionally, we will continue to invest our editorial team in investigative journalism, where we have already added numerous new reporters across the country and established a DC bureau with a...
I mean, I'm not joking when I say when they started trying to like break through in like traditional media, that's when they totally fucked up. Like, I watched 5 seconds of that awful cartoon that they made. What was it called? Like, Mr. Fart, The Adventures of Bertram Fart or something? I don't fucking remember. It wasn't good. It wasn't good. It, like, literally wasn't good. Like, kids don't want to watch that. I'm sorry. The Bluey clone? No, not the Bluey clone. It was, like, supposed to be this, like, sitcom. Was it The New Norm? The New Norm show. That was like horrible. That was like actually one of the worst things that I've ever seen in my life. I think it was, I actually don't know what they rated it, if they rated it for kids or what, but that was terrible. It was a Family Guy ripoff. No, it was Mr. Bertram. Oh, well, yeah, whatever, that one. That's horrible. Like, who is watching that? This is incredible. This this like sack of shit, this like turd that they were trying to pass off as a real media, real fun animation.
Just tell me what you need. Jump into the first one.
Rolling, speed, action.
Sawbuck's looking a little chubby wubby, so I bought him some new food. It's organic and vegan.
Dogs are supposed to eat meat. They're descendants of wolves. You ever see a vegan wolf on the Nature Channel?
I'm a vegan.
Coffee is for closers, ladies. Listen up!
Hey, don't make this a prison hug.
I'm a heteronormative, cisgendered white male.
For which I apologize.
I'm black, and that used to be enough, but I'm also bilingual, and I'm non-binary.
We're the Army. We drink more before 9 a.m. than you Navy pukes do all day.
He rubbed all the fur off his emotional support ferret. The damn thing looked like a four-legged penis.
Charity and work. Two words that should never go together. Like when.
It's like budget, what is his name? Something Ham? Robert Ham? Dom Ham? What the hell is that guy's name? John Ham.
Women and opinions.
I want a burly man. They're salty and make me dizzy.
Sorry, just need to find a thingy to fix my gaming chair.
When I was on the construction site, my chair...
Okay, I'm not going to make you guys watch anymore. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for making... Honestly, I'm genuinely sorry for making you guys watch any of this stuff. I'm sorry. This is horrible. Like, every single joke is like, I'm gender, race, sexuality. Oh, why is everything gender, sexuality, race? And that's the whole show. I was thinking about it the other day with Dave Chappelle, where like literally every other day there's a fucking article about Dave Chappelle being like, why do you guys think I'm transphobic? You guys just don't get my joke. The media is misunderstanding my jokes. And it's like, dude, if literally everybody is thinking that your jokes are transphobic and the only people that are laughing are the conservatives because they think your jokes are transphobic, maybe your joke wasn't very good and it ended up just being transphobic. And instead, you should just make jokes that are funny. Just make the jokes that are funny. I don't know. It's not that hard. Well, I'm not saying it's not that hard. Okay, making jokes is hard. But, like, it's not that hard to understand that it's not that everybody is misunderstanding you. It's that your delivery, your execution, and the topics, the subtopics you pick within the topic weren't good. It only had 6 episodes. Yeah, because it was fucking dog shit. Oh, my God, dude. Anyways, yeah, I'm just enjoying watching the Daily Wire crash and burn. Remember when I said that conservatives, the problem is, here, maybe I should get like a diagram or something. Let me see if I can explain it in like a way that I don't need a diagram. The problem with being a conservative online is that you predominantly get viewership or like views or influence based on fear mongering. So like Fox News literally only operates on fear mongering. When they've done research on Fox News viewers literally have a bigger amygdala. Like they literally have a bigger fear response. That is what it is trained on. That is like the average Fox viewer is trained on only fear. There's no rational thought. Just like the immigrants, the trans, they're coming for the gays. They're gonna get me. We need to do something. Like that is barely hyperbolic. Prey animals. Moving on from that point to say, that's why Fox News is like, they'll recycle stuff. So like they'll give they used to run the immigrant story about the immigrants stealing your jobs for a long while, but then they realized people started getting bored of that. So they shelved it and they brought it back recently. Because once you stop being able to like fear monger about something, you have to move on to like the next big thing, or you have to shelve it and come back to it and rotate out the villains. Because again, people just get bored. They're like, I'm tired of this. I'm not really scared of this one. I'm tired of this. I'm not really scared of this one. And it's the same problem with like conservatives online. You either get more and more insane and more conspiratorial and more fear-mongering, or you kind of fall off into oblivion, which is what happened with the Daily Wire, where they were like, well, we don't want to do this, the Erica Kirk killed her husband conspiracy theory. And same thing with Tim Pool, where he's like, well, I don't want to, that's too far for me. So people are like, boring. I'm going to go watch Candace Owens. Now that woman, really, I feel like there's a lot that she talks about that I need to be worried about. And you kind of like don't talk about any of that stuff. And the cute thing is sometimes they'll like pivot left. They're like, I agree. They start pulling the DNC strategy where they're like, I actually agree with you guys. Like, that's never worked. That's never worked. But they don't know what the fuck else to do. That's kind of funny watching it happen to Asmongold. Asmongold reveals his true nature about shock collars. I think you put a shock collar on whatever, put it on people in jails, use it on a dog, that's fine too. That's why I never virtue signal a lot about Hasan zapping the dog. You know what? I get it. The thing is probably fucking annoying sometimes. Bzz, get the fuck out of here. Get back on the box.
I think people want to use it on a dog. I think that's fine too. That's why I never virtue signaled a lot about Hasan zapping the dog. I said, you know what? I get it. Thing's probably fucking annoying sometimes. Bzz, get the fuck out of here. You're not sitting on the box. Get back on the box. So you really want my opinion? You know, usually people don't really ask my opinion on things, right?
Boring. Look, I'm so edgy. Oh, guys, look, look how edgy I am. Unfortunately, all of the comments, by the way, are people saying rare. Oh my god. Asmongold take Asmongold. It's like, damn. Even your audience is too audience captured. Well, I guess it doesn't make sense. It's too like opinion captured to care about what your take is. Amazing. Incredible. Look at this. Why is there an Asmongold stand in here? Don't lie. You share his opinion. Dude, I've had the same opinion since day one. I don't own dogs. I don't train dogs. Dogs are too much. Okay, I want a small little furry animal that bothers me throughout the day by meowing loudly, and that's it. Okay? That's what I want. I don't want to take my animal out for walks. I want peace and quiet sometimes, and I don't want to be bothered all day for love. My cats currently bother me for love for at least a couple hours a day, and I'm like, stop! You're supposed to be a cat! You're not supposed to bother me! You're supposed to fuck off! What the hell? All right? All the time. I mean, Meerkat's literally, I'm like fucking playing with Meerkat like he's a goddamn accordion. And I'm like, on stream. And I'm like, okay, you can go now. And then he comes back. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with, like, what is wrong with you? You are not a cat. You are not a cat. What the hell? What was I saying? Why are you bothered by the responsibility you bought? You just blow in from Stupid Town. Is that it? You just blow in. You should ask parents if they've ever been bothered by their kids ever. And then when they say yes, you're like, well, then why did you get them? It's like, because the pros outweigh the cons, idiot. Use your fucking brain for like 1 second. Oh my God. What was I saying? Oh yeah. My opinion about the fucking shock collar has not changed. Not the same thing. It's okay. You haven't explained why the analogy doesn't work. All right. I don't train dogs. I don't know when you're supposed to use a shock collar, if you're ever supposed to use one, because I don't train dogs and I don't have dogs. So I don't have an opinion on it. Maybe if I was a dog trainer and I cared about researching everything that there is to know about training dogs, I would have an opinion. I don't have one because I don't care, because I don't have a dog. That's it. I have a very parasocial take. Hasan must listen to your stream while he works out because every day I watch him, I swear he copies at least one of your jokes bar for bar, word for word. A joke you had said the same day. I'm just saying, dude. What does Hasan say? Tomorrow's news today? Hasan's stream this morning or something. That one's not that good. We need something better. That was not good. Well, okay. To be fair, though, that technically probably means Hasan isn't stealing from me. He's probably actually just stealing from chat. So he's stealing from you guys. We're workshopping it. We're workshopping it. Today's afternoon news this morning. But anyways. Yeah, I just... okay. I will say the entirety of the collar thing, probably one of the most AstroTurf things I've ever seen in my life. The goalpost now is, well, we don't care about the shock collar. We just care that he's a hypocrite. It's like, why are you lying? Why are you lying? What the hell? I don't care. It's so, I just, oh my God. All right. Guys, they made new Labubus, but worse.
And then, ready?
Pink, pink. Fuck this shit. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, ready?
See, whoever said white people don't have culture. I like this woman. She looks AI generated. What's next? Poop in a box? Dude, can I just say, I feel like I've never thought this before, but now I feel like I have to legally share this with all of you. My taste is so much more refined. Why would you play Gamba of like these ugly ass slimes, which by the way are like filled with lead or some shit? Popular toy for children emits absolutely toxic amounts of chemicals. Retailers pull viral squishy dumpling toys due to safety concerns. They emit high levels of dangerous fumes. Can I suggest? May I suggest something? Hold up, let me find like the best one. Ooh. Maybe one of these. This shit is dope as hell. This shit, if we're talking about like returning to the most basic of like physical pleasure, dude, why would you play some Gamba for some ugly ass like fume leaded toy dumpling that looks uggo as hell? These. Oh my God. Is this food? No, it's slime. No, it's slime. Dude, this shit just like... Oh my god. Dude. This just does some shit to me, man. Or like these. Why does the video not have any audio?
Has a little fallout, but listen to the texture.
No, ew, don't speak. Sorry, that was mean. Like, this shit slaps, man. Like, this shit is so dope. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. And there's some that have like these like assembly ones. This is my my comfort item to watch. It's very fun, very pleasant. Look at this shit, man. If we're talking about just like some trash ass like consumerism, very demure. Why is it not food? Dude, so true. Oh my god. Is it food? Guys, no, it's like glue and water. It is not food, okay? It's straight up, it's like glue and like water. Okay, there's no borax in it. What the hell? No. It's literally just slime for squeezing. Can you eat it? I mean, you know what, man? At this point, I've said no so many times. Let's mix things up again. Yeah. Yeah, you can eat it. Yeah. Sure, why not? You can eat it. Why not? How much can I safely eat? It'll cure the hantavirus. Okay, all right, enough. With at least reportedly exploding, don't worry about that. Okay, let me pull this up. What? Sometimes I feel like YouTube just be recommended shit. What do you mean YouTube just recommended me a music playlist that's a photo of a lion taking a selfie with somehow no title to the video that's 2 hours long? Yes, I'm gonna click that. All right, enough of that. Let's go finish this video. All right. All right, it's back to torture time, motherfuckers. Let's pull it up. Not disappointed. Not disappointed. Dude, I have my window open and I think someone's cooking something outside that smells good. Oh. Give me some of that shit, man. Whoever's cooking, give me some, man. Fuck. It smells like roasted potatoes. Or like some hash browns or something. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Ask for some. Hey, yo, can I get some? I don't think they heard me, guys. I don't think they heard me. It would have been really funny if someone just said, yeah! That would have been really funny. Oh my god, it smells so good. All right.
Children are being...
Okay, enough of this. Let's go! Let's go!
Hasan Piker is a genuine douchebag, extremely unintelligent, probably as politically illiterate as me on most things, and I literally know nothing.
Why is that the metric that you use? As politically illiterate as me, dude? Okay, dude.
A complete fucking normie who doesn't care about politics.
Nicholas DeOrio is the owner of a pair of mid-sized commentary YouTube channels. His following is somewhere around 150,000 people, and he's known for covering new online dramas and his Ultimate Rape Review segment.
I'm the host of Ultimate Rape Review.
Whenever people remind me of this, that he has a show called Ultimate Rape Review, I forget. And then I immediately like black out for like 10 seconds and I'm like, what was happening? And then every time I remember, it happens again. And again. And again. And again.
Nick has been involved in the commentary genre for almost a decade. He's been closely associated with figures like Tommy C, Turkey Tom, Willie Mac, and other longtime contributors to online drama coverage. He's not the biggest name, but he is well established, and he's seen as somebody with credibility in these circles. And part of that is because historically, Nick has always positioned himself as being somebody with principles. He was always one of the most outspoken.
Who believes that about him?
Creators about things like targeting sponsors.
Attacking YouTube sponsors is generally like a negative.
That's like saying that, like, okay, guys, can I show you guys a meme really fast? This is defamation. This is defecation. Apparently, people are rightfully making fun of this person. She's, sorry, this stuff is on the screen. Let me remove this for a second. Girl with a microphone. I think she does like the night show at on the H3 podcast, the like night podcast or whatever. I don't know what the fuck you would describe it as, but people rightfully were calling her out and being like, isn't it crazy that you have so much smoke for literally everyone who's showing any type of misogyny? And then the second your boss is sitting there calling women prostitutes based on how they're dressed, you're so quiet. So that's so funny. That's so wacky wild. Okay, here's my comment. The fact that some of y'all who hate my guts no matter what I do, who have been stunningly misogynistic and fatphobic to me nonstop, think I owe you an explanation or defense of my politics is so demented. Get absolutely fucked. Enjoy my mute. Dude, why is it giving Redditor energy? Why?
Get absolutely fucked. Enjoy my mute.
Oh, girl. Stop. It's like if you made female stale 2000. Girl, please. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, man. Jesus. There was something else that was pretty funny, which is like, for anyone who wants to experience, I don't know, suffering. Where is it? Did she delete it? She might have deleted the tweet. I don't know. Let's see. They were beating her ass in the quote tweets. I'm not gonna lie. No. Oh my god, she posts so much. Jesus. Okay, wait. I think I found. Wait, she deleted it. Oh no. Sorry, the TLDR on this is her getting mad that people called Ethan a pussy.
It's pathetic. Like, it's very sad watching him sit.
He's a weak, fragile man.
Insult women, call them bitches, be so fragile.
Insult women, call them bitches. You just called him a pussy. Like, for me, it's just like the moral inconsistency of these people is just, to me, the reason why we should not even bother arguing with them or debating them or anything else, because these people are not working within an honest framework.
It's
This had to be like a satire bit, and she was just describing herself the entire time, right? Surely. Stop introducing me to new people, please. I'm sorry. Sorry for doing that to you. My bad. I apologize. I'll stop. Anyway, she had a post that I think she deleted. Unless she didn't delete it. I don't know. I can't find it anymore. But she had a post that I think she's since deleted, and she was like, this is what I mean. Just because I haven't said anything about something you guys consider to be misogynistic. It's like, you don't think it's misogynistic that your boss called a random woman a prostitute? With no backing at all? You don't think that that's... Oh, other people think that that's misogyny. Well, I'm so glad you're calling out the true misogyny. People saying Ethan is a pussy. And not the fake misogyny. Calling a woman a prostitute because she's wearing like a short dress or something. Dude. But she was pretty and she was in Vegas where all the prostitutes are. You know, like, not that I would know her. Yeah. Before I knew who she was, I made a reference to Shredder's Cheddars in a TikTok comment and she went off on me. Well, that was also misogyny. And actually fat phobia. That's actually correct. So, that's true. That's true. Anyways, sorry, the best part about all this was she blocked Fantano for some reason. Dude, if you're blocking Melon, man, you got bigger problems in your life, bro. Dude, stop. Oh, God. My favorite thing is that when you laugh at these people, they're like, that's all you can do. Laugh at us. That's all you do. You just laugh at us. It's like, yeah, it's funny to laugh at you. I don't know what to tell you. You're like a fucking court jester, but like for free. Please keep going. Yeah. Yes, and? Think I'm gonna stop doing it? Oh, no, you're totally not owning me. You should totally stop laughing at me. No. Oh, God. Anyways. It's just this is just such a funny clip. The misogyny is just disgusting. How could you call Ethan Klein a pussy? She doesn't even try and excuse her boss's misogyny anymore. She just looks at you like this. I just know she's like currently trying to like rack her brain, be like, this is fat phobic too. It's like, meanwhile, it's just literally what the meme format is. Oh my God. The edits are crazy though. Christ. Look at the kilo comment. I don't see it. Great tweet. Now re-review Blue Weekend and all will be forgiven. Stop. Listen, as a non-music knower, my knowing of music is that I have songs that I listen to on repeat for a very long time. Okay? That's how much music I understand. That's my knowing of music. So I don't argue music with other people. I don't argue music with other people. If you like music, cool. And if you don't, you know what I gotta say? I do have one music opinion. I have one music opinion though. I do have one. Out of all of the reasons to hate Hasan Piker, the only valid, justifiable, real reason is that he doesn't fuck with music. That he says he like doesn't really listen to music. Like that is, and I'm really not joking, insane. Like that's insane. Like that is actually like crazy. Like genuinely fucking that is a horrifying thing to say. he likes some songs. That's like, that feels like the equivalent of being like, I like to breathe sometimes. You know, it's good. Yeah, I like breathing. Huh? Maybe that was a bad analogy. I don't know. It's like saying you're straight and being like, some women are attractive. Like, that doesn't mean anything. What? Yeah, I'm sorry. I listen to some songs. Name one? The NPR. Wait. That's not a podcast. Mehdi. No, wait. No. But that's a podcast also. No, that's also a podcast. Also a podcast. Candace. That's also a podcast. Oh no. You're describing Hasan right now? Yes, correct. That is what I am doing. Yes, I'm saying the only valid reason to dislike Hasan is the fact that he has said he doesn't really care for music. He doesn't have a strong opinion about music. I did just say this. That is how I started this tangent. Because I think that is a genuinely valid reason to dislike Hasan, that he doesn't listen to music. If you're like, that's my barometer for whether or not I trust a person, valid, real, true. Honestly valid. Honestly valid. Okay? It's such a red flag. It is like a sociopath take to say that out loud. Like you just don't really listen to me. Oh my god. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. That's it. Bro said that one time I almost turned off the stream. Dude, yeah. Dexter Morgan vibes. Oh, me? Music. No, I'm usually murdering. I mean, yeah, I listen to songs sometimes. I like the ones that are good. All right. Anyways, that's all I wanted to say on that topic. No, I don't argue with people who debate music. I don't feel like I know anything about music or know enough about music. I just know that my music is good, and sometimes other people's music is good, and that's it. I like all the songs that are good are the ones that I can listen to 500 times in a row, and then not listen to them for like a year and come back to them, and I can still listen to them another 500 times in a row. Can I share something else really quickly? This is kind of relevant and topical before we get back to this video. Real fast. Did you guys see Pokemon getting hate for this like David thing? I don't know how many of you guys know the David situation, but there was this singer, musician, David, it's with like a 4, and he like I haven't followed this super closely because I'm gonna be honest, I'm not like a big I actually, as someone who likes to keep up with like news, I kind of don't really like news that is just depressing. I kind of stay away from news that's just depressing. It's not absurd in any way, or like when Trump says the gas prices are going up, good. See if I care. Let the gas prices go all the way up. Let them go. I'm like, it's almost kind of funny. Like, it's terrible in every way, and our lives are being made worse because some people elected this pedophile rapist. But it's so absurd that it's become kind of funny. There's nothing that's funny about the David story. It's just like, this is actually like the most depressing thing I've ever read in my life. This guy who sexually abused a minor, killed and dismembered her. Like, okay. I don't like that story, actually. It's actually just horror. There's no upside. I'm not gonna make an upside. I'm just gonna move on from thinking about it as much as I can. But I did see Pokey talking about this. Dude, I very rarely use this term. If you take an issue with this take of hers, you're actually just like either mentally unwell or you're an incel. And again, I very rarely, I think, call people incels because I think most of the time there are funnier insults to use, but you are actually just an incel if you took an issue with this take of hers.
Honestly, I was trying kind of not to talk about it. I don't know if...
Hey, Tempo, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders.
Honestly, I was trying kind of not to talk about it. I don't know if you guys have seen the details, but it is just... Sorry, like D4VD, the artist. Even talking about it right now just makes me like... just makes me nervous and have like a pit in my stomach. I don't know if you guys have seen much of the details and stuff, but it's so gruesome and horrific. And I think just constantly reading those headlines was really getting to me. Like, I was getting nightmares about it. And just thinking like, this arrested murderer, pedophile was someone who was in my home, who connected me with so many other people. We have so many mutual.
Also, like, sorry, I just feel like it's important to mention that this isn't like a crime of passion, you know? Like, even if you look at how our legal system views crimes of passion versus like premeditated events, like if you get in like a bar fight with someone because like you find out that your partner is cheating on you and you knock someone out so hard that like their fucking head hits the floor and they die, it's like that's here, right? When you're at the point where you're dismembering a body, like something like we are approaching like territory that shouldn't be possible for human beings. Like, all of us can understand reckless endangerment, or like, you're still a person. You don't lose your humanity if you get in a fight with someone or in like a moment of passion, you like murder someone or something. We still view that as wrong. You serve your time, you know, everything. But that's like, you're still a person. Once you're at the point where you don't see an issue with like dismembering a body, like another person, you're not a human being. That's...
And it's scary that like no one suspected anything like that. And also, understandably so, people are like dissecting his videos and lyrics and all this stuff. And since he had me in one of his music videos, I was like, does that mean anything? And, you know, like, just, it was really kind of getting to me. So.
Keeping a part of the person's body. Again, I haven't kept up with a lot of the story because, again, I don't really like stories that don't really have like anything funny that happens. I like a story that's like mostly depressing, but there's something kind of funny about it. When it's just like really dark, I tend to like not keep up with that type of news. Also, it was premeditated. He bought 2 chainsaws on Amazon and a swimming pool to dismember her in his garage. And I've literally seen people in the replies and quote tweeting, and this has 14 million views,
Honestly,
being
I
like,
was trying.
wait for Pokey to make it all about herself. I don't know, man. If you had like the pedophile fucking rapist murderer that dismembers minors in your home at some point, I actually think it's reasonable for you to be like, I've literally had nightmares about this. Like, I was talking to this guy, like he was like a normal person. Like he was like a person like me. And I didn't know that he was something that wasn't a person, that was capable of atrocities we could not even pretend to participate in. Actually, it's a very normal response to finding that out. A guy from a horror movie that actually is real and actually can get me. Like, yeah. But all of that was to say, on the topic of music, I was listening to a playlist on YouTube of like songs that are good. because all the music I listen to is obviously good. And I really like songs that have replayability and I can go back to. And then the only song that I have ever heard of from this artist ever is doesn't even show up when you pull up his name, even though it used to be the first thing that would show up. I'm not going to play it, no. I'm going to show you guys why I want you all to experience the experience I had where I was listening. Hold up. Is it not on this account? Was it on a different one of my accounts or something? Okay, well, it doesn't really matter. The TLDR is I was listening to this playlist on YouTube and oh, it was this one. Okay. I was listening to this playlist on YouTube and I was listening to the song and I was like, oh, dude, this song is so good. Who made this song? And then I saw this and I was like, David. That's not like the same, like, that's not the same one, right? Like that I've been seeing and trying to avoid in like the headlines. Like that's not the one that right? That's like, this is like a different one. And this is a very unfortunate occurrence because, yeah, right. Let me just check the comment section and all of the comments are talking about him being a murderer, a pedophile murderer. And I'm like, okay, well now I get to never listen to this song again. Thanks, man. Not that that matters. Not that that's the moral of the story. I'm just saying that's the only other experience I've had with music. It's totally irrelevant. Just did not enjoy that experience. I'm gonna be real. This is what forced me to finally go and like look into any of this story. And then, yeah, not piracy is morally good for this. No, I think I just won't listen to the music anymore. No, I think I just will not listen to the music, actually. I think I just won't. There's like a difference between being Kanye, where like you're having a fucking mental breakdown, and that's why there are multiple clips of you being like saying crazy things like, I'm not going to tell you guys what the doctor was. He was Jewish. Like, why did you... where that's, again, it's going into the level of so absurd. There's like 1% of it that's kind of like, this is kind of crazy. This guy's gone. He's like lost his fucking mind. Holy shit. There's nothing funny about murder. There's nothing funny about this pedophile murdering and then dismembering a body. Like there's nothing there. There's nothing there. Kanye in that clip had the most insane comedic timing. I mean, it literally reads like a fucking Onion skit. It's like an Onion skit, dude. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Sorry to ruin that song for anybody else. We can get back to the VOD. Let's
thing to do. Hacking sponsors, doxing, like there's a handbook of things like you just can't do. I'm not a supporter of targeting anyone's revenue. I think it can damage the entire landscape.
Or abusing copyright.
There's also the issue regarding rapid copyright abuse on the platform that YouTube has done nothing about. Chris has been ban evading and breaking TOS through multiple false copyright strikes. YouTubers who abuse built-in support systems to silence creators who are critical of them are the worst of the worst.
And defending free speech.
Oh, what's that? The Jeff Holiday? Apparently Jeff takes a holiday from free speech. He locked replies and attempted to silence criticism. I have no fucking problem with anybody being a leftist, as long as you don't try to infringe upon my free speech.
So because of that outspokenness and his proximity to other large creators, Nick was always a somewhat prominent voice, helping enforce the core standards for his corner of the internet. However, recently, Nicholas has pivoted to covering almost exclusively Ethan Klein and his enemies, or to put it more specifically, sucking Ethan Klein's balls for 25 hours a week.
What I think Ethan should do is he should use the GoFundMe money from the lawsuits to buy all of these things. I think he should take all that money and then buy Anissa's house. If everybody can see that what Ethan is doing is so fucked up, then why are you guys getting so much hate? Ladies and gentlemen, Ethan Klein has confirmed that his—
What a stupid argument, by the way. If what Ethan is doing is so fucked up, then why do you guys get all the hate? If slavery is so bad, then why do all the slave owners love having slaves? Are we... Okay, we're just smoking crack now. Hand over the pipe. Come on, I want to get on what you're on, man.
Motion to subpoena Reddit and Discord was granted. Ooh.
His relentless positive coverage eventually got him noticed by the Kleins themselves.
I love Nicholas DeOrio. I'll say it. I've been watching your content. I think you're very funny guy.
And I
Not the
I feel
makeup
like
line, not the makeup line. I forgot.
your coverage has been really good on topics that I end up watching. Like you're good with research.
He's seen consistent growth in
Like the why is such a bright blue? Why it literally looks like cloud makeup? Oh my god! Listen, just okay, whatever. It's fine.
subscribers, likely from H3 viewers, ever since he shifted his focus. And as a result, Nick has been cemented as Ethan Klein's #1 lieutenant, his top guy. He is one of the largest pro-Ethan, anti-Hasan mouthpieces on YouTube. And while I'm never one to begrudge somebody making some money, today what we are interested in is what he's had to sacrifice to get it. Nick has become somewhat representative of what it means to be afflicted with the Hasan bad virus. Unlike some of the other subjects of this video, Nick is in fact not some kind of rapist or pedophile, at least not that I'm aware of. But he is every bit as dishonest as the rest of these guys. And
I mean, one of the only things I know about Nicholas DeOrio is that he lied about having a girlfriend. And he like posted a photo of him like with like his hand next to a woman's hand or something, and he was like, my girlfriend. And then the chick replied on Twitter and was like, we're just friends. Like, dude, oh my god, dude. Like, you gotta uninstall, like delete all your accounts at that point, start over from scratch, dude.
in a lot of ways, he's worse. You see, Nick has spent the last several years carefully fine-tuning a perfect system for lying. A system where he can be as dishonest as he needs to be, use it to his benefit, and avoid almost any consequences. It's a process that, if followed to a T, can lead to massive profit at the cost of your dignity, an exchange that Nick happens to be perfectly happy with. So let's walk through, step by step, exactly how Nicholas DeOrio deceives his audience, protects his income, and lies directly to your face.
I can't
Generational aura debt. Stop.
wait to disagree with Ethan Klein again, because I know that he's principled and he actually gives a fuck about what he's saying.
I am left speechless by such a stupid comment. This is the equivalent of like, Trump would never lie to me. He's the best. He wants to help the working class people like you and me.
This is the Nicky D system.
His name just makes me think he's a Sonic character like Nick the Oreo. It's like, you know how Sonic is like the fastest in the universe? He's like the slowest. Sorry. What he's known for.
A story breaks. It's a story that on its face doesn't look very good for Ethan Klein. Ethan is accused of falsely copyright striking numerous clips on the H3 Snark subreddit. At best, Ethan is striking clips that he doesn't have great reason to, and at worst, he's trying to flood the subreddit with copyright notices to try to trigger an automatic ban. Nicholas DeOrio has been covering all things Ethan Klein and even Snark for months, so he definitely sees things like this when they pop up, and we do know that he is specifically aware of this story.
I mean, he has copyright struck a literal subreddit. I wouldn't put it past him at all. What the fuck, dude?
But Nick also knows that this story is a problem, because if he covers it honestly, it might involve criticizing Ethan. And if he criticizes Ethan, he could be risking his new association with H3. So Nick considers his options and decides that the best course of action is step 1. Neglect. Simply neglect to cover stories that are unfavorable to Ethan Klein. If you don't talk about it, you don't have to take a position on it. And if you don't take a position on it, nobody can hold you accountable for having the wrong one. Sure, people might expect you to have strong opinions about somebody abusing DMCA.
YouTubers who abuse built-in support systems, multiple false copyright strikes, the issue regarding rapid copyright abuse on the platform.
But that's their problem. Nobody controls your content. You don't have to cover anything.
And people are like, well, Nick, if you go by your principles, you defend these people. My principles don't say I ever have to cover anything on YouTube. They just say that's my principle. I can just go, yeah, dude, I think that this lawsuit is kind of dumb, and then cover something else that day if that's how I really feel. I don't have to defend you. I'm not going to.
See? You can keep talking about Hasan and Snark and H3. You just skip the parts that make Ethan look bad. And that is Nick's preferred way of navigating anything that paints Ethan in a negative light. It's clean. It's safe. Remember when Ethan used Michaela Rain's warm body as a prop for his anti-Snark campaign? Nick, to this day, has never fully covered that story, despite indicating in passing that he disagreed with what Ethan did.
Save a Fox killed herself from on a Snark sub. It is crazy, and yet
yeah, I completely disagree with this.
Reddit does nothing.
And that was it. He avoided ever saying anything about Ethan directly, which is also what he did with the DMCA story for months. But avoidance kind of has a shelf life. You can't just
Wait, what was I gonna say? Someone generously and wealthily donate $10,000 to my wallet so I can stay home and watch Denims, please. Yeah, someone make it happen. Let's go. I thought we watched this part a day or two ago. No, I haven't seen this part. What happened with debating Caleb? He just like never replied. So, there was something else that I was gonna read. Not any of those actually. Being such an Ethan stan is something my mind cannot comprehend. Dude, it's like, it must be a very sad life. It must be a very sad life. At least like Nicholas Eat Oreo is like making money off of it. At least he's making enough to be able to eat all the Oreos his little heart wants to. Also, Nick literally admitted that he will lean in on Ethan for his career. No, stop, dude. Out loud? Some other guy says before he cut me off, DeOrio said he was going to start sucking up to Ethan as a smart career move. Oh my god. Dude.
do it forever. Eventually, something will come up on stream that you can't just look away from. And when that happens, Nick proceeds to step 2. Ignorance. Nick is streaming. He's covering Ethan, or
Nick is streaming. Doesn't hit the same.
iDubbbz, and probably making some kind of a penis joke.
When he said discipline, for some reason I thought he was gonna be like my dick. It sounds like they're talking about like their fucking cock, which is iconically the size of iDubbbz' penis. This guy's trying to suck his own dick. Get on your knees and suck dick. Cradle their balls. Cluck my own cock. Suck my cock. Penis. 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 Penis.
Jesus. Anyway, something pops up on screen, something Nick has been trying to avoid, but he's already been doing that for quite a while. He can't make it obvious that he's been hiding from a story, but thankfully he still doesn't really need to say anything bad about Ethan. Not yet. He can simply choose to remain ignorant about the topic. Easy. You haven't looked into it. You don't know enough yet. You're still waiting on more information. Let's go to July of last year. Nick is reacting to this video by Paige Christie about Ethan's war on H3 Snark. Note that this is 7 months after the DMCA story originally became public. Here, Nick summarizes his coverage of the situation to this point.
But the rumor was he was striking people who were doing market replacement type content where it's like intentionally pushing views away from original content. So that was all that I'd said, was if that's the case, that's probably like fine. And again, I was waiting for a formal video to break this down, or I was waiting for Ethan to announce a lawsuit. We mentioned this like fucking multiple times. I was waiting to see what would actually get taken down.
Okay, but the problem here is that this was a breakdown video. The breakdown video is on screen right now. The documentation from Ethan's own attorneys is publicly—
I mean, again, these people are so like, they have to be as, sorry, how do I explain this? A big part of being a conservative or like being on the right, whether that's online or offline or on Fox or on Twitch or on YouTube or whatever, is that you don't actually have like principles and you don't have like values and you don't have like systems that you follow about what you say when you say it. It's just, there are no bad tactics, there's only bad targets. And as long as we're taking down the people we don't like, you can do anything you want to do. And you only use these things as justification for what you actually want to do. The best example of this is owning the libs. No, the best example of this is this post. I don't know how many of you guys saw it. They kind of like gave away the game and kind of lost the plot with this. Here, another foot fungi in the wild. Another Ethan Stan in the wild. It's a post from Casey Tron quote tweeting the fact that Ethan Klein was like zooming in on Anissa on like a Snark subreddit and screenshotting posts about her and like photos of her. And Casey Tron said, I think that as influencers, we can all get a bit caught up, but this is so mentally unwell. He's so in his own echo chamber, he won't even acknowledge how unhealthy it is. Oh, sorry, let me move the emotes out of the way a little bit. Also, creepy as fuck. He's been creepy as fuck to this woman for over a year now. Leave her alone. I'm going to read this post and you guys tell me if anything stands out to you. Was there no non-disparagement clause in her settlement agreement? Like she fundraised by streaming a movie with no transformative commentary while being sued for copyright infringement? So she would be stupid enough to keep attacking Ethan when it could get her sued again. A non-disparagement clause in a copyright lawsuit? In a copyright... Wait, you wouldn't admit that all of this was just about silencing Ethan's critics and it had nothing to do ever about React content, right? Oh, you would. Oh, you would. The best part of this tweet is all the replies calling this out finally. Why would there be a non-disparagement clause in a copyright case? He was just protecting his copyright after all. He totally didn't want to silence his critics. Nice to see people admit that the lawsuit was actually never about copyright and was actually about silencing his critics. We aren't friends, but you should consider this an intervention. You need help. A lot of it seems like you have no friends and family to stop your manic spiral, and it's unlikely you'll listen to me, but you need help. She was sued for copyright infringement, not defamation, and then it is a slur. Like, are we good? Like, and here we see the remaining FUPA troopers basically admit that the lawsuit had nothing to do with copyright and everything to do with silencing women. Huh. Oh, right. Again. It's almost like the copyright lawsuit was never about copyright and was always about stop being mean to Ethan Klein. Stop! Stop being mean to him. You shouldn't be allowed to say this about him. You can't just say what you want. Because if it actually was about copyright and teaching the React people a lesson and trying to have fair React content, we wouldn't care what she says about him and how we can sue her and stop her from speaking her mind. It's almost like it never was about React content and it's just him leveraging his power and his wealth to bully people that he knows he can bully. Wow, that's so crazy, right? Isn't that insane?
Available in that video, along with some examples of what was getting struck. But does Nick take the few minutes he would need to learn about that information? No. In fact, he never even reacted to this video. He only pulled up this small snippet while covering a completely different topic, and Nick made sure the whole time to performatively remind his viewers how little he wanted to watch Paige's video.
I hope they all find employment soon. Paige Christie. You escaped being a segment a couple of months.
What the hell? Open presents? Oh my god, what the? Thanks for the hundo. Dude, everybody say thank you. Say thank you to Open Presents. Let's go. Open Presents. I don't mean to inform all of you of this right now, but this is actually the best time to sub. This is the best time to use your Prime. This is the best time to tier 1, to tier 2, to tier 3. Why is that? Because we just got fucking emotes. All right? And we just got animated emotes even. That's right. So if you want any of these wonderful emotes that were made by FeedMe, or you'd like to support the stream, you like having a streamer that is here on the weekends with a totally ad-free viewing, totally sponsor-free viewing. I only get to do this stream and this broadcast because of your support and exclusively because of your support. Feel free to throw a Prime or a Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, or gift some subs to some chatters who have no pants, who are pantsless, naked, afraid, sad, alone. Okay? Not everybody has enough leg hair to keep them warm in these cold times. All right? You forgot the Netflix line? Oh, yeah, right. Contraband, thank you for the 10 gifties. Pandora, thank you for the Prime. Short Jumper, Justin, Stove, Hot Dog, thank you guys for the Tier 1s. Ham and Fist, thank you for the 20 gift subs. Thank you. For a second, I misheard and I thought you said viewers with no hands. I don't know how pants would help you if you had no hands, but I mean, sure, why not? Pants will help everything. Sure, let's go with that. Yeah, let's go with that. You need pants now because they'll help you. They will cure all of your illnesses.
Shut up, socialist.
Pants will cure every illness you have. They will grow back all of your hair. They will gender swap you. And they'll make you woke. This is medical advice, and you'll make a lot of money. This is financial advice. If you Tier 1 sub in this chat, you will make $1 billion. Pinky promise. Wait, I don't want to swap my gender. Oh no, the gender swap only happens if you want it. Don't worry, you're good. Get it twisted. Sub to Denims. Northern Line about a gift 100 Tier 3 subs. Force trans everyone. Thanks for reminding me to wear pants anytime.
Rules are gone, people.
Thanks, Wallers. Thank you for keeping me sane and informed. Thank you for being a voice that doesn't ignore inclusion of disabled people and the big issues. Appreciate you so much, Miss Pants. Thanks. Tiny, thank you for the gift sub. Kamada, thank you for the Tier 1. Pando, Proud, thank you for the Tier 1. Daddy DeVito, thank you for the 16 months. Hammond Fizz, thank you again for the 20. Sway, thank you for the Prime. Can I swap my gender back and forth whenever I want? Well, once a month every time you sub. And also once every time you gift. This is factually true. I want to remain a man, but become pregnant. Sure, they could do that too. Why not? You know what? Yeah. Yeah, why not? Why not? Sure. Yeah. We do need an mpreg emote so bad right now. What if you give 10? Is that 10 swaps? Yeah. Free rerolls at any time that you would like them. With pants, anything is possible. Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Months ago, Paige Christie. Did you make a Snark defense video that we never actually got around to watch? This one.
Inclined.
I got 2 seconds. You can tell I got 2 seconds into it.
It's pretty unsurprising to me that Paige escaped becoming a segment on Nick's channel. You see, in situations like this, Nick isn't actually waiting on more information. He's waiting for the story to go away. Sometimes he'll be scrolling around on stream, and Nick might accidentally stumble upon some of that information that he's supposedly waiting on.
Okay. Do this or get sued, your only option to avoid litigation. You provide our office with all correspondence you had with the moderators of H3 Snark. Oh, so I guess this is like, I guess this is happening now. This is happening, the H3 Snark lawsuit.
Uh-oh, that letter looks kind of bad for Ethan, doesn't it? How will Nick respond?
Keep in mind that federal court filings are public. Anyone performing a simple Google search on you, let alone background check, will discover this information.
Not the audible gulp.
Simple Google search on you, let alone background check, will discover this information. You have until March 25th, 2025 at 5 p.m. to agree to these terms. So I don't know when this was sent. Noah Samson made a community.
He just streams past it. No curiosity, no interest in learning more about it. We just move on. He's choosing to remain ignorant about the story. Going back to Michaela Reigns, this was his playbook also.
I'm not going to cover this story because I feel like there's a ton of misinformation coming out about it. Supposedly this was related to a Snark. Apparently the husband's saying it has other... I don't know. A lot of people are making huge sweeping assessments based off this person's suicide.
A lot of people? Like who, Nick? And that's bad, right, Nick?
I'm not gonna sit here and speculate on it. Yeah, I don't know. Realistically, I'm not gonna delve super deep into an unrelated story to try to investigate on how she died. So that's my stance on that position. What else do we got here?
It's not an unrelated story. It's part of Ethan's entire justification for trying to eliminate Snark communities from the internet. This is something Nick has been agreeing with and pushing for months. But because Ethan is the one making the claims about Michaela's death, he all of a sudden doesn't have enough information. We just don't know. I'm not gonna speculate. It's not even relevant. This stuff works pretty well on a lot of people. Between these first two steps, Nick can generally do extremely one-sided coverage and cater to a very specific audience without much worry about anybody caring or maybe even noticing. Except when they do. Eventually, people do start noticing. And when they do, Nick moves to step 3. Contingency. People are starting to notice. Something's off. They're watching Nick's coverage, and they're thinking, huh, this guy never criticizes Ethan. It's almost like he's sweeping.
Fucking golf, dude. There is something funny about the people who talk about Hasan orbiters the most frequently are actually the biggest it's always projection, man. It's so weird. It's like, I mean, it's not, but it's just bizarre. Like, why would you give away the game so obviously?
Which is a suggestion that Nick doesn't take too kindly to.
The big sweep might be on.
So this guy stuck a dagger right into my neck the minute we stopped talking. I love this. I'm gonna implicate that you're sweeping, and yeah, so I'm gonna like rape you in the ass on this one.
You see, Nick works pretty hard at trying to present himself as the guy who always has the correct take. He can't really have people calling his credibility or honesty into question, not just because he needs to protect his brand, but also because he's extremely sensitive. So he does what any good liar does when they start feeling pressure. He starts making sure that he has a way out, a contingency plan. The trick is knowing when to do it. You don't just criticize Ethan at random. You wait for a moment where it's easy and safe to appear critical. Something minor, a slight disagreement or a half criticism, anything you can have on record to point to so you can say that you're impartial. To this point, Nick has neglected to cover the DMCA story, as well as the lawsuit against Stage 3 Snark, and he's also chosen to remain ignorant about the details.
I haven't covered two things.
I care so much about not abusing the copyright system, except when it's happening to people that I don't care about and it would benefit me and I could make profit off of making fun of them. Then I don't care at all. Then it doesn't matter at all. Yes. Also, actual cat, thank you for the 18 months. Happy Mother's Day to you as a cat mom. Thank you. Wait, can we do some rage baiting? Can we flood the scene with misinformation and do some rage baiting? Being a cat mom is literally harder than being a parent. It's literally harder. It's having a cat is literally harder than anything else in the world. It's literally harder than being a parent, than being a troop, than working on an oil rig, than working a 9 to 5. Yep, that's right. Yes.
Inclined. There's the two things I haven't really covered.
Being a parent is so easy. You let them eat slime and let them climb all over the furniture. Shut up.
One being the lawsuit against the Snark subreddits.
But he also knows that the story's not just gonna go away. So at some point along the way, he starts hedging.
Twitch streamers have been DMCAing streamable links and Reddit posts for like a decade. It was extremely common.
Small golf. Stop pointing out the golf, dude.
For them to be striking clips. And no, it's not cool. We didn't.
It's so pathetic because Nicholas DeOrio, he knows that like the second anyone starts striking streams or striking clips, that's like a giga cancelable offense on the internet. Like on the internet, you are not allowed to DMCA people unless it's like a straight up re-upload, like 1-to-1 re-upload. You were not even on the screen. You didn't even pause it once. Everyone is so anti-DMCAing, so anti-copyright abuse. But he has to like pretend like that's not happening with Ethan's lawsuit. And he's like, no, it's valid in this one because it's like the guy doing it is on my side.
was cool when Dark Viper struck the clip of him getting mad at Among Us. When you're just doing 30-second clips, 40-second clips, and if that was what Ethan was striking down, if they weren't supposed to be...
Linity almost got executed for joking about it. And I'm pretty sure Pokimane got, like, lambasted completely for DMCAing someone once.
Market substitutes for segments like, don't give the stream the view, watch it here. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of shitty. That's kind of cringy.
For Nick, this type of statement is an escape hatch.
But the problem is, oh my God, it's so tiring. It's just so tiring watching people be so dishonest on every front and just cope over and over again and pretend like statements mean what they want them to mean.
It's a hypothetical criticism where he doesn't actually commit to anything. If that's what Ethan was doing, it would be kind of cringy. Like he's not actually giving his opinion on the topic, but the statement is on the record now. If anyone accuses Nick of sweeping for Ethan, he now has this clip he can point to and say, see, I did disagree with Ethan all along. He did the same thing when Ethan went after sponsors, something Nick has loudly opposed for years.
I'm not a supporter of targeting anyone's revenue. I think it can damage the entire landscape.
But listen to Nick's attitude on this behavior now.
I'm not in favor of attacking sponsors. I haven't used my audience specifically to go push this further like that. I don't like that stuff. Realistically, there's not much of a way to hold Twitch to account. The weird double standard that Hasan gets for all of his friends, this is a corrupt platform. And I think it does need to be destroyed. That's my personal opinion. I don't.
You should never go after sponsors ever, except when, like, I don't like those people, so it's okay.
With Dan Saltman's methods to target sponsors the way that he has, I agree a bit more with the way that Ethan did it because he was targeting TwitchCon, going over like the panel that they approved. But like, this site was always going to have an adpocalypse. This was happening either way.
It's kind of giving, if I don't steal it, someone else will steal it.
It's this weird half condemnation where he presents like he still has his older, more principled position.
I'm not in favor of attacking sponsors.
But literally everything else he says goes against it.
This is a corrupt platform, and I think it does need to be destroyed. This was happening either way.
You're not against targeting.
We were gonna have an adpocalypse anyways. If someone else would have stolen it. If I didn't, I had to steal it. Someone else would have stolen it.
Sponsors, Nick. You're supporting it. You're just playing both sides so you can defend yourself no matter what. Nick actually does this all the time. He gives these mealy-mouthed, tepid, half-baked criticisms, where he's not really fucking saying anything meaningful, but then he'll go and point to them later as evidence that he's unbiased. Junk Drawer Gaming, a small commentary channel, helped identify this pattern in a recent video pointing out the massive holes in Nick's coverage, specifically the fact that he had never directly addressed Ethan exploiting Michaela's death.
But despite boldly disagreeing with Ethan on this over 6 months later, Nick still has never addressed Ethan weaponizing this woman's death to bolster his campaign to remove his detractor base from the internet.
And Nick's response, predictably, was to claim that he had in fact already criticized Ethan for this, but he can't possibly be referring to this.
I'm not going to cover this story because I feel like there's a ton of misinformation coming out about it.
Or this.
Yeah,
I'm not going to cover it because there's a ton of misinformation. And by that I mean, I'm not going to cover it because it makes Ethan look bad that he used someone's death as a way to push a lawsuit. Okay.
I completely disagree with this.
So this supposed criticism must be this.
If we're going to make a critique towards Ethan, the one that sticks in the back of my mind, I think we covered it briefly.
No, you didn't.
There was a clip that came out. What was it? Someone killed themselves on Reddit or something?
Okay, already. Why does it seem like he's just pretending to not remember the details of the story?
And they were blaming like a Snark subreddit that did it?
No, not they. Ethan. Ethan was the main person pushing this talking point.
But then a couple hours later, once people did research, it realistically didn't have anything to do with, or it didn't play a large role in what happened to that person. Like the Snark community was extremely small. And then it kind of got pushed into like, this is the danger of Snark communities or whatever.
It got pushed.
Dude, the passive language, wow. What are we covering? Israel? And then miraculously, somehow, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians died. They just died. Homes destroyed in Gaza. They were just destroyed. One day we woke up and they were destroyed. No more schools available in Gaza. No hospitals available in Gaza. Oh, I don't know. They just got Thanos snapped like magic. What is this? Oh, this narrative got pushed. And that doesn't seem like... Really?
It got pushed. You mean Ethan pushed it? Ethan exploited a woman's death for his own personal benefit. But Nick will never say those words. He'll instead say things like this.
I think like maybe waiting to kind of see how things turn out before jumping on that would benefit everybody.
So Nick's key criticism of Ethan was actually just him giving general advice on how it will be good for everybody to do more patient research, and he avoids saying that Ethan did anything wrong. And now he's waving it around as proof that he's not a complete hack, and he's just hoping nobody goes back and checks. But by this point, the criticism is starting to mount. People aren't just asking about Ethan, they're asking about Nick. And that's a different kind of problem, because you can't exactly sweep criticism of yourself under the rug. You can either address it, or you can kill it.
Let me.
Nick is starting to feel some heat. People are asking questions, such as why the guy who built his career on things like standing up against copyright abuse is suddenly silent when Ethan Klein does it. And every criticism of Ethan that goes unanswered is a criticism of Nick for not answering it. And he's aware of that. So when Nick runs cover for Ethan, he's running cover for himself too. People are talking about him, and Nick's go-to way of dealing with it is to do absolutely anything he can to simply disrupt the conversation, change the subject and make it about something else, reframe the attacks and make them sound completely different. Anything he can do to just kill the criticism. His favorite tactic is, instead of actually responding to things, he'll just try to flip them around on the person making the point.
Why did none of these people speak up against... I don't even understand. None of these people spoke up against Bad Empanada when he struck my Twitter 3 times? Are you serious? That's so crazy, guy. It's almost like they're team sports.
The criticism is about Ethan, Nick. Nobody was asking if everyone else is being consistent. What do you think?
Well, these other people aren't being consistent. Why don't they say anything about it? What the hell? Then bring it up.
Think about what Ethan is doing.
I mean, it's kind of giving, do you know, there's one very specific type of man moment that pisses me off, and it pisses everybody else off because it's so transparent, where if you bring up rape statistics or sexual assault statistics or domestic abuse statistics, there's like one in like I don't know what number, 1,000 dudes, 100,000 dudes will be like, you know, men get assaulted too. It's like, you know what's crazy? You only ever seem to bring up men getting assaulted when people are trying to have a conversation about women getting assaulted. And otherwise, you never bring it up. Which makes me feel like you actually don't even care about either of these things. You just want to use this one so nobody talks about this other one. That's crazy, actually. That's insane. That's actually crazy. And it's the same thing here. It's like, well, you guys didn't bring up bad and banana. It's like, that's crazy. You know, you could actually just address what's being talked about here, what's being spoken about here, instead of deflecting to some other bullshit.
But Nick still uses this move literally all the time.
And if that was what Ethan was striking down, if they weren't supposed to be market substitutes for segments like, don't give the stream the view, watch it here. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of shitty. That's kind of cringy. But none of these people operate in like the same world, I guess. Bad Empanada striking a clip of a video that I own most of the content of, that's fine because Nick...
Also, what a funny statement, by the way. Well, they're not consistent with their values, so I'm not going to be consistent with my values. Huh? What? Sorry. I was rude.
DeOrio is bad, but Ethan Klein doing it is horrible because Ethan Klein is trying to censor people. By the way, I'm gonna need every single person who has the take on stream that going after sponsors is bad. I'm gonna need their takes audited. I wanna know what they said 5 years ago about Keemstar. I wanna know what they said about Pokimane. I need their take on all these situations to know if they're just sweeping. But the rumor was he was striking people who were doing market replacement type content. So that was all that I'd said, was if that's the case, that's probably like fine.
okay, other than obviously straight ripping, like straight re-uploading, like you're not on camera, you didn't speak once, like it's literally like a fan channel or whatever, and you're just re-uploading the full thing somewhere else without any permission, because obviously that is just like re-uploading. The only other instance that I think you should do DMCAing is like, you know, do you guys remember, it still sort of happens right now, but those accounts on Twitter that put steak ads on everything, and then they like misrepresent what happened in the clip. And it's like, Cutie Cinderella says she likes it raw? Question mark, question mark, question mark. And it's a steak ad, and it's like chopped up to fuck. And what she's actually saying is like, oh yeah, I like to make raw cookie dough because the raw cookie dough is really tasty. You just need to make sure you don't put any eggs in there. And you're like, what the fuck? I think streamers should DMCA the fuck out of those accounts. The ones that are straight up just like misrepresenting completely, chopping up and producing a brand new different clip to make it sound like something is happening that's not happening. And then putting a fucking steak ad on top of it. Those accounts, that's like obscene. I'm sorry. And if you disagree, you're wrong on that one. I'm sorry. Like that's, Like, this was one of the few instances where I really kind of respected Extra Emily. Well, not few instances. One of the respectable things that Extra Emily did were there were multiple clips calling her out for like the red light thing, and she didn't DMCA any of those, and then she apologized. And then Extra Emily had like that one clip where it was like going around, and they were making it seem like this joke she had with her dad about like paying him back for school, and they were obviously joking. And then the tweet that was all over the place with a bunch of steak ads on it was like, she actually is not going to pay her dad back because she hates fathers, ? And she DMCA'd. That's valid to me. That's valid to me. If someone is completely, entirely misrepresenting everything, and especially when they're making it like, this is like, I think men and women should be DMCAing when they make them weirdly sexual. Like, I hate scrolling, and it's like, female streamer noticed low viewership, so she started throwing it back. And it's like a streamer that's like just getting up. It's just like a woman getting up and is like, I'm gonna go pee. And she just like walks away, like, you know, like a normal steak ad. Fuck you. If you are in charge of one of those Twitter accounts, fuck you. Literally, like, just stop. And they do it to like every female streamer. It'll be like, I've seen the Pokey ones, I've seen Sinnoh ones, I've seen Emeru ones, I've seen Valkyrie ones. It's very fucking weird. It's just so weird. All the comments here for the plot. Yeah, to be like, Sinnoh had low viewership, ? So she starts throwing it back, and this is the whole clip. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go pee. All right, I'm back. And then they'll like slow it down so it's like, what are we doing? Like, so to all streamers who've had that happen to them, who've had steak ads put on their content without their consent, and every clip is Clip-Chimp to fuck, those accounts should not be using your content. I don't care. DMCA those accounts. The ones that do that shit, the steak ads with like the most gross fucking caption, please. Now Denims is throwing it. Denims is experiencing low viewership, so she starts throwing it back? ? And I think those are the only valid uses. I think those are I don't know who, this is like such an ice cold take. There's no way anyone disagrees with me. If you disagree with me, I think you actually probably just hate women, I think. There's no one that can disagree with this.
No, he's not. I'd say that would be fair also, but that's not what he's doing. I have a question.
Also, half the time in the clip, they don't even talk about what the caption says. I know! It'll be like, I'm trying to like think of a streamer. Some other female streamers. Name a woman. It'll be like, Valkyrie says she thinks the burnt peanut is disgusting. And the clip is like, oh, I like most VTubers. And that's the whole clip. It's like, did we watch the same? And they know most people don't even watch the videos on Twitter. Like, most of the time, people are not even watching the videos on Twitter. They read the caption, they're like, I can't believe she would even fucking say that. Bungaloo gang, rise up. You're probably from Iran or something, and you live in metal house. Stupid idiot. Done. Send. Like, am I just like secretly like watching like the Truman Show, but like every single human being is internet comment etiquette, but genuinely? Like, that's what I feel like I'm living through. Where? All right. Okay, but everything outside of that is like cringe as shit, dude.
So what is Paige Christie's current position on the Denims, Frogan, and Casey Tron lawsuits? Are we going to maintain this position? I'm just curious, because I feel like mine's fairly consistent. Are we going to maintain this position that that would be fair also? I'm just wondering.
Clearly, instead of actually engaging with what's being said and potentially saying anything bad about Ethan, Nick would rather just aimlessly hypocrisy hunt. Anything to avoid being honest. Another one of Nick's favorite maneuvers is to just completely change what's being said about him, like when people point out his totally biased coverage.
And most of these guys have been doing the Ethan Klein. Oh, Nick, you cover Ethan Klein too much. I'm sorry, I have 3 segments from the last stream. Would you like me to post a 7-hour video instead? I gotta cut it up into pieces. Dude, it's the Great War being fought on the battlefield of like, I don't care about Ethan Klein anymore and I'm lashing out. I said I was so caught off guard by you saying that I was loyal to Ethan to a fault because we had spoken about this topic and I didn't realize you thought that I was a principleless sellout. It completely caught me off guard. I interpreted at the time as you being upset that EHT was a content black hole where no other—
I'm gonna say something. That's, I think to most people won't make any sense, but I don't care. I'm gonna say it anyways. All of this segment, all it's told me is that Nicholas Eat Oreo is someone who is hard stuck silver, but he blames his team every single time. That, like, I've become convinced. Maybe he's seen gold in like one game in his life, and like maybe, I don't know what games he plays, what video games he plays, but perhaps. And he always blames his team. Ever. Like forever. That's just the vibe that I get as him as like a person. No, he's pushing for silver. He's bronze, bro.
stories were getting attention, and you were holding me almost personally responsible.
So this is the, oh, you just think of—
Who does he even appeal to? I think he appeals to people who think that they're Eric Cartman in real life, and nobody understands their twisted mind, but really everybody just doesn't like them.
talking about Ethan too much. No, it's not just that. If you were just talking about Ethan and it was, you know, fair, whatever, there's obviously a criticism that I've got of, seems like you're being very favorable towards Ethan a lot, to a fault, you know?
So when someone says your coverage of Ethan is dishonest, Nick pretends they're saying, that Nicholas DeOrio guy, he talks about Ethan Klein too much. He's responding to a criticism that literally nobody made, and simultaneously trying to make his detractors sound very, very stupid. And if anyone is simply 100 IQ enough to see through all of this, friends or colleagues who might want to challenge Nick on his behavior, Nick just cuts them off. Kills the conversation entirely.
Guys, key update.
I thought you said Eric Kirkman, sorry. You know, it's honestly totally possible I did have a Freudian slip of some kind and say Eric Kirkman, but I think I said Kerman, but maybe I didn't, who knows.
Nicholas DeOrio has now blocked me on Twitter. Nicholas DeOrio has now officially blocked me on Twitter.
He's not interested in maintaining any friendships. He's not interested in defending his viewpoints. He's not interested in being an honest creator. He's only interested in one thing: being a yes man. All of these little tactics and maneuvers that Nick pulls, those aren't the goal. The goal was always to find a way to become the #1 Ethan Klein ball washer.
Remember when this was like the worst thing ever? Remember when all these guys are like, Ethan Klein can't take criticism because they're posting shit saying you should watch this as an alternative to his actual content? Now we're just striking clips again. This is Bad Empanado all over again. These guys total hypocrites, dude. Total fucking hypocrites. This is insane.
Did you notice what happened there? 9 months have passed. Nick has never meaningfully covered the copyright strikes or the filings for the lawsuit against Stage 3.
This is something that I think, like, I know it's dishonest on their part, but it's like kind of obscene how dishonest it is and people just don't care. There is such a thing as your hypocrisy versus my hypocrisy. You calling out someone else's hypocrisy does not absolve you of your own hypocrisy. If your value system is to not be misogynistic, pointing out that other people say that their value system is not misogynistic and they are, doesn't magically absolve you of your hypocrisy. You're only pointing out their hypocrisy. You don't magically get to be a hypocrite because other people are being a hypocrite. You're just using that as an excuse to trick stupid people into thinking that you made a point and you epically owned or whatever. If these other people in question are hypocrites, that doesn't magically make you not a hypocrite. So this hypothetical person that exists, that Nicholas DeOrio is Nicholas Eat Oreo, excuse me. Sorry about dead naming him. That Nicholas Eat Oreo is talking about, where he's saying like, these people were all talking about how you shouldn't abuse copyright, and now they're abusing copyright. Okay, even if they're hypocrites, that doesn't magically make it so that you're not a hypocrite. You are still one then. You're saying you shouldn't abuse it, and then you're ignoring when it's abused, and you're only pointing out when other people are hypocrites. Again, that doesn't make you less of a hypocrite. I saw this with like, this is the tweet I wanted to show earlier, but I couldn't find it, where like that fucking the Ethan fucking Bizarro, the lady who like simps for Ethan or whatever, and she's like, Ethan is not a misogynist and he's never been one ever. He just called that woman a prostitute because she's a fucking prostitute and a whore. You can tell from the way she's dressed or whatever the fuck. I'm joking. It's called a joke. It's called comedy. But that woman, she pointed out like somebody else calling her like fat or something and being misogynistic to her. And she's like, see, you guys have no principles. It's like, you pointing out that other people are hypocritical doesn't magically make you not a hypocrite. You're just pointing it out because you don't want to deal with the fact that you have to address the elephant in the room, that it is standing in the room and it is asking you to address it. If I say, you can steal from steal a water bottle. Yeah, do it as a hypothetical. And then I go and steal a water bottle at a store. And then you say, you should never steal from corporations. The most evil place to steal is from corporations. And then you steal a water bottle. You don't get to look at me and be like, well, you stole one too. It's like, but that's not first of all, it's not a hypocritical position for me because I already accepted the premise. You didn't. It's a hypocritical position for you. And even if it was hypocritical for me, it doesn't make it less hypocritical for you. Because you're not living your values. Someone else not living their values doesn't change the fact that you're not living yours. Hello? Like, it's so sad. And people fall for this shit because they just like, I don't know, don't fucking use their Bryans, I guess. I don't know.
Snark. But all of a sudden, in the middle of one of his classic pointless hypocrisy hunts, Nick blurts out his actual stance on the topic, and to no one's surprise, it's just Ethan's side of things.
They're posting shit saying, you should watch this as an alternative to his actual content. These guys total hypocrites, dude. This is insane.
It is insane. I thought you were waiting on more information, Nick. The truth is, there never is more information that Nick is waiting on. Nick isn't waiting for anything. He's just working.
Nicholas DeOrio, the Pope, is in chat. He says the Godzilla collab is sick.
Aw.
My Teddy Fresh order has shipped.
Oh my god, Saint Nicholas.
The most notable example of this is Nick's
Oh my god, Saint Nicholas. Oh my god. Oh, what happened? You've been in the world's first speech-induced coma. Yeah, the words that you heard from the person that you heard them from were so traumatizing for your brain, you actually fell into a decade-long coma. What were the last words? Well, I don't know if we should tell you. Because then what if, like, you know, it happened? No, just tell me. Kyle, no! What happened? You went into another decade-long coma. It's stupid.
To defend Ethan's lies about Denims chat during the CPS story.
Love made a good point. You said, is this every comment? I believe this is a live feed of the chat. This isn't edited.
What about the top right? I thought these were
No,
selected.
it's this, I think when you full screen it. No, this is an edit. It's a cutout of the full
And then he plays the clip where Ethan explicitly tells you, okay, that they clipped the chat and it's like a fucking cutout of it.
chat. It's just enlarged
Oh,
there,
really?
over the screen, yeah.
They're different, I think.
Yeah.
And like it's directly explained to you in the stream what exactly this is.
No, it's not. But it doesn't matter. Nick isn't watching.
This is also the second or third offense of pretending like that was 100% of the chat. This is so bad, dude.
This clip to evaluate whether it's true or form an honest opinion. He's watching the clip to
This is fucked up. This is, dude, I'm telling you guys, chat roasts way harder than I could roast. The person who made that comment about Elon, you're so right. Have you guys, you know what? You're based, is all I will say.
find a way to push
Where
Ethan's
am I?
bullshit, and his instinct is just to adopt whatever's being presented on screen without really analyzing or looking into it. I mean, the Snark lawsuits and copyright strikes, these things are key components of Ethan Klein's narrative over the last couple of years. Why do you think Nick was waiting so long to cover them?
So Ethan Klein, so if he goes on like an anti-Semite doxing spree, I mean, that's got to look so bad for everyone that promotes the fuck out of him. Nick DeOrio, this is looking pretty bad, bro. What
How's
the
he
fuck?
gonna sweep this one up? How is Patty
Nick,
gonna sweep for?
You got to do something about this tonight, man.
I haven't covered two things with Ethan Klein, but I'll just give you kind of my rundown with them because I intend to cover them, but I'm trying to space this shit out because it was just so much back to back.
Right, yes, of course.
One being the lawsuit against the Snark subreddits. I do have a tweet about it. I feel like I'm gonna end up on the side of being opposed at this point from what I've seen so far. Principally opposed to what he's doing, but I think there are ways that he can win me. I need to see exactly what he's doing. I haven't watched his video about it. I intend to do it all at once. I think he says 2 weeks now until the lawsuit drops. So we will be taking a look at that.
Nick didn't say that because he was open to criticizing Ethan. He said it because his friend Augie reminded him that old commentary audiences were still watching, and Nick doesn't want those people to know that he was never actually the guy he pretends to be.
By the way, total, like, just as a palate cleanser, I want you guys to know. This cat, I have two cats that look exactly the same. They don't literally, but they're both gray. And I want you guys to know something very important. This cat is actually very particular. She likes to only sit in one particular way. She only likes to be pet usually in one particular way. She only likes to play the way that she likes to play. She's a very particular worm, all right? She's a very particular wormy. And I want all of you to know something very important, which is even with a cat this particular, you can actually just train cats to enjoy like random pets and like random things that you want them to enjoy. Once you show them that it's like a safe spot and they can leave whenever they want, they start understanding that it's like, oh, okay. So like you can see here. So once, and she's very particular, as you can see. With her and with cats in general, you can do the thing to them. Like, let's say you want to pick them up upside down. Just pick them up upside down, and the second they want off, put them down. If you want to rub their belly or you want to rub their paws or something, do it for a little bit, and the second they don't want it anymore, let them go. Because then they know, like, you're training them to understand that the second that they're done, they don't have to deal with it anymore. The thing that's stressful is like, oh God, this person is doing something, and I don't know when they're going to stop doing it. But if they know that, like, whatever is happening, if you're rubbing their belly or like giving them scratchies or like doing this, they know the second they want it to stop, it'll stop. They're like, oh, okay. Sure, you know what? You can have a belly rubber too. Sure. You know what? You want to lift me upside down? You can lift me upside down, but only for a little bit. Fine. Fine. I trained my cat to give high fives. Anything's possible. Yes. The hardest part is training them to let me set them down before they really start squirming. But yeah. So, does it work with older shelter cats? Oh, yes, absolutely. 100%. I mean, this works with just like I'm pretty sure all pets. I guess I can only really speak on cats, but I'm pretty sure it works on like all cats, but can you change the mind lolly, please? Sorry. I just wanted to say that because as you guys saw, she just weren't. But the second she was like, I want off, I let her off immediately. I was like, okay, go. I don't want you to stay for a second longer than you don't. The second you don't want to be here, I want you to leave immediately. All cats are beautiful, true. Okay, I've had enough about the Nicholas eat Oreo. Wait, I do want to hear this.
He's very slimy and intellectually dishonest, but he's not exactly lying. The lie is Nick doing all this stuff and then presenting himself as principled.
Do you have any actual principles at all? No, none of these people have any principles. It's not fun to be a principled streamer at this point.
His entire persona is the lie.
The hypocrisy hunting is going to be extremely difficult for me to navigate because publicly I said that if a reactor doesn't react to your content, you should strike them. I said I'm against YouTuber lawsuits for the most part, but I do find it increasingly difficult to care about a Twitch streamer getting sued. The things that we have been saying for the last 5 years, if they had just been listened to at all, and people made the slightest bit of effort, there'd be nothing here for Ethan to sue over.
This entire thing is an attempt to silence creators that he doesn't like and to silence people he doesn't like.
Yeah, that's the best.
I've never seen that clip. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I can't deal with a lot of these people for more than 10 seconds at a time. I've never seen that. Yeah, it's because we don't want you saying things that we don't want you saying. That's incredible.
Part of this is that he scared a bunch of Redditors into shitting themselves and shutting an entire subreddit down. Go type in on H3 Snark and go read what they wrote about DeOrio and tell me how much I should feel bad for them that these little fucking rat fucks had to sit and cry and get scared for the night where they thought the big mean Ethan Klein lawsuit was going to be in the mail the next day.
Wow, this guy sucks. Nobody is asking you to feel bad for anybody. They're just asking if you think Ethan is doing something wrong. But this is exactly what Nick does. He actively runs away from having principles. And if he were just your average unprincipled grifter, I mean, that would be bad enough, but the thing that really makes Nick so contemptible is that he's also just a total fucking loser. I mean, not only is he so sensitive that it's literally a meme to be blocked by Nicholas DeOrio on Twitter.
He blocked me. I've never spoken to this man in my life. Nick DeOrio.
Oh, he does that. He does that. Yeah,
I haven't, but I haven't talked to him.
And not only is he this gross, cackling, nasally weirdo.
Because that's,
you know, in a good, just world.
I haven't, but I haven't talked to him.
And not only is he
in a good, just world, he would be like, you know, serving you popcorn at a movie theater, you know, and getting paid and having benefits, and you know, he would be like a movie theater manager. And he would be able to retire at like 65 and with a house, maybe kids, and he would be damn good at the job. I would trust this man to make me delicious popcorn. I would trust him. He probably knows good food. But like, not this, man. He'd probably be even happier too. Yeah.
this gross.
He'd run the theater like the Navy, bro, for sure, man. You would get every popcorn, every kernel would get the same level of buttering on it, and it would be delicious, and it would be just, and it would be an incredible movie experience, you know?
Cackling nasally weirdo.
Because that's probably what he was until his girlfriend touched his penis. Remember, weight can be lost, hair can be growing back, but your body is ravaged forever. Listen, Puts, you gotta smile more. You know, just give them a little bit more of a smile. That would go.
I like how you can immediately tell sometimes when people speak whether or not they have ever had a girlfriend. And whether or not they've ever had a girlfriend because of their own failings. And it's like, oh, you're not like a victim of like a lack of walkable cities. You're just a victim of yourself. You're just a victim of yourself. That's so sad.
Long way with the men watching.
But on top of all that stuff, he's also a total moron. Like, he admits he doesn't know anything about politics.
I'm not a political fucking streamer. I don't know anything about politics. I'm horrible at politics. I've been coasting.
So why the fuck would anyone ever listen to him talk about anti-Semitism?
So this is an event that was headlined by Bosch to platform Zog, and apparently they didn't tell Zog that, like, Progressive Victory sent out, like, America's newest lolicon. Do you not know what Zog is? I think that's literally the guy's name.
Nick is kind of like one of those background characters from old high school movies. He's like that unnamed idiot that follows around the main idiot.
I just thought of. No, he's kind of like, he's like one of the characters that would exist in The Sopranos that would do something really stupid and would be the butt of every joke. Or like in The Wire, what was his name? Ziggy or whatever? Like, that's the character where it's like, What I tell you about your kid? What I tell you? You're making a big mess for us. Get the fuck out of the room. Oh my God. Like, that's the character. That's the character. I'm sorry, Mr. Tony. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I mean...
And like forces out laughs at their jokes.
Oh, McFly, your shoes are tied. Don't be so gullible, McFly. Okay. I don't want to see you in here again.
Like, this is really all who Nick is. He's literally this guy. Yet somehow, this very stupid, wheezing, uncharismatic, dishonest blob of a guy made more money in donations last year than fucking Candace Owens. And he
That's
did
incredible. That's amazing.
that by at some point realizing that you can turn Ethan good, Hasan bad into a full-time job. But the Nicky
And admittedly, he's probably one of the very few slop tubers that isn't paying any child support with that money. It all goes straight into the Oreo fund.
D system still isn't complete. Not yet. Nick looks around. He sees Willie Mac's channel stagnating. He sees Tectone get a protective order granted against him. He sees Nux Taku get exposed for enabling grooming. He's looking down at which side of the aisle he's standing on, and he's panicking. So he starts worrying that he's possibly hitched his very large wagon to the wrong horse face. Nick's words, by the way, not mine. And he starts laying
No, 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 no,
Nick's
no.
words-
Joe Rogan should give Hila back her meds, says Nicholas DeOrio, September 21st. Or sorry, September 4th, 2021. I gotta go pee. Okay. Now that I've pissed, surely, I hallucinated that, right? Nope, I didn't. Still here. Okay.
by the way, not mine. And he
Got it.
starts laying the foundation for the final step in his system. The step that ties the whole
Stop saying throwing it back.
thing together, and the one that will allow him to repeat the whole process again. Distance. He sees the writing on the wall, and in classic Nick fashion, he starts planning his exit.
I hate this. I hate Hasan Piker, and I hate these people more. I hate these people so much. They're like actually fucking insane. Dude, people will...
By these people, Nick is likely referring to Tectone, Nux Taku, and Think Before You Sleep, who defended Tectone. It really doesn't surprise me at all that the Think Before You Sleep guy would defend Tectone.
Guys, what you need to understand about Tectone is...
Put me next to these people, because I also criticize Hasan Piker. There is too much of this going on in the hating Hasan Piker community. It's fucking insane!
Nick can feel the ship sinking, and he's trying to make sure he has a clean way out before he goes down with it.
Yeah, this is why nobody can get held accountable, because Hasan Piker is bad.
Yeah, that is why no one gets held accountable, Nick. That's what my video is about. I'm glad we agree on at least one thing, but you don't get to be the one that points it out.
I'm
The
sorry to
Think
get...
Before You Sleep video on Tectone's allegations is awful. Just out of curiosity, really quickly. Just for a brief moment. Dude, how did, like, I do think you need some form of rehabilitation if you watch content that looks like this. Scammer, tourist, addict, beep. This one just says terrible, traitor, gooner, haram, terrorist, straight. I like this one. Guilty. Not guilty. Bro said not guilty. Meanwhile, the judge literally found that it was reasonable that Tectone sexually assaulted and stalked his ex-girlfriend.
Tectone went to court today, and he lost the
Sorry, I just need to show you guys one thing.
case against Pink Chew. Tectone, with his 5 lawyers, lost. She had 1, and she won. That's how bad it was. For the next 10 years, Tectone can't own guns and has to pay all of her attorney fees, which is hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Thanks, Miskiff. We can always trust you to report things accurately. In case you haven't heard, Twitch streamer Tectone and an ex-girlfriend of his who goes by Pink Chew have been in a legal battle after Pink Chew publicly accused Tectone of sexually assaulting her. Recently, Pink Chew filed for a protective order, which is to prevent stalking and harassment.
Thank you, Miss Cuff. Tectone recently filed a statement here, and you can see he definitely is gonna win. Ignore the fact that he lost, and if you see he actually won because the judge was an activist judge.
Dude, shut the fuck up and go fucking get shoved in a closet, man. Or sorry. Well, that too. Sure, why not? In a locker.
Blackpilled a little bit. I get why people hate EHD stuff. It is.
Why is your criticism only surface level? You can only make fun of someone in a surface level way. No, the problem is that even when you engage in good faith against that guy, he's a complete sack of shit. Completely lacks morals. Noah Samson has like 3 or 4 videos where he debunks everything that he talks about, and the guy just like lies. I'm sorry, you make slop content. I'm gonna respond with slop. I give what I get, all right? You send slop my way, you get slop your way.
Given so many people a voice who are just like subhuman wretches. I am awake and I can see these people. I hate them too.
Oh my god, who does this guy think he's fooling? These people, as if he's not one of them. You are like them, Nick. Not because you're a rapist or a pedophile or anything like that, but because you're a liar. And you have massively profited off of doing the exact same thing that they are.
This is the dumbest hill for Ethan to die on? Snark clip-chimping bullshit? I'm sorry, who let in the Hasan Piker fan? He got hit on the Zionist policy, and I don't know how I feel about this. On one hand, I find it hilarious. On the other hand, I find it hilarious. It's Zionist, but with Zionist, it has 3 parentheses around either side. Everyone just fucking hates Jews now, it's insane. Oh no, they blacklisted the guy who supports terrorists. That's horrible. It's almost like Twitch has finally done something.
Everything is anti-Semitism.
On their platform to moderate this abhorrent behavior. Like the levels of psychological warfare that we've reached for quote-unquote not liking Hasan Piker. Yeah, dude, we gotta take his kids away. A bunch of people use veiled anti-Semitism to attack Jews, specifically people he's friends with, and in some cases I would argue him. I don't agree with going after sponsors, but I kind of am. Her sponsor is Hasan Piker. Okay, so by going after Hasan Piker, I'm specifically targeting her income. Hasan Piker supports terrorists. I don't really understand what is the deceptive edit here. It's like maybe you shouldn't make yourself an extremely easy target while you're attacking this person's family. This is not even the first congressman that Hasan has jokingly told his audience.
Oh my god, put me out of my suffering. I hate seeing this stupid fucking avatar wiggle.
Kill.
And now when he starts feeling public perception shifting ever so slightly away from him, he does what he's always done, and he starts trying to quietly pitter-patter away.
What is this video?
Okay, maybe not
Stop! He's such a fucking hog. Fucking cop phrenology.
Quietly. This is what he did with Bo Blacks. He did it with Destiny to an
God.
extent. He'll coast off of popular sentiment for as long as he can, and only when things get too hot will he then turn his back and pretend like he was principled the whole time.
And when people say that you're sweeping or you're doing this, I've literally taken about 7 of my friends and former associates out back and put a bullet in the back of their head. So I really don't care.
Bro thinks he's him.
I've literally executed half this fucking space, so.
And one day Nick will do this to Ethan too. The public pressure will get to be too much, he'll find a new audience to leech from, and he'll drop H3 and pretend he had a good reason for it. And when that happens, Ethan will realize that he was actually right about Nick several years ago.
Yeah, this is what I mean.
Yeah.
You argue with people on the internet and you get charged up, and you gotta realize that you're probably talking to someone that looks like this. And what I mean by that is a pimply-faced kid who, you know, he's a know-nothing. Like, if I met this kid in real life, I would literally you wouldn't think twice about it.
Couldn't have said it better myself. But until then, Nick is gonna do what he always does. He'll take his earnings, and then he'll try to scurry away from the consequences of what he had to do to get them. Kind of like a rodent. A very, very large rodent.
Wesley, what about the RUSs?
Rodents of unusual size? I don't think they exist.
Nicholas DeOrio gets the Rodent of Unusual Size Award.
Dude, you can't say that. That's defamation. I just really like that one video where he's streaming on his birthday alone, eating the saddest slice of cake by himself, and he's just like, it's my birthday. Oh, okay.
Ethan, do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Like, dude, I'm pretty sure I'm not making this up right now. All right, let's finish this segment. I'm keeping Dan Saltman waiting because Dan's coming on soon.
Which, by the way, I guess I should just go ahead and say it. Me and Dan Saltman are going to have a YouTube exclusive stream pretty soon.
I have actually been like getting calls and invited to like tons of streams of all sorts of streamers. I just did one with Tectone and Dan Saltman the other day.
This post was going mega viral on their subreddit. It says Dan Saltman's minions, Ethan's bestie. I love how they so desperate to connect the dots on shit. It's so stupid. Are mass reporting Hasan to the FBI for the crime.
At the gooey, sticky center of this large-scale misinformation campaign against Hasan is a weird middle-aged dude by the name of Dan Saltman. I don't really want to give equal time to this guy, but to his credit, it's hard to ignore the impact he's had on people.
Name Dan Saltman. Sorry, let me pull this. Alias none. Age old. Followers nobody. Platform who cares? Remember when he was like, you need to unban Destiny from Twitch now. You need to unban Destiny from Twitch now. And then Twitch was like, you know what? We're actually going to ban your account too. He's like, no, this is anti-Semitism. Unban me now. And then they didn't unban him. Dumbass. Let me edit Dan Clancy as a fucking Nazi in an SS uniform. Surely nothing bad will happen to me. Let me just insult the guy who is the CEO of the platform, do an incessant campaign calling the platform anti-Semitic, lose it a bunch of advertisers and sponsors, and surely I will be completely fine. Oh, brother. Oh, brother.
He's had on people's attitudes towards Hasan. You see, Dan is the kind of guy who gets off on feeling more important than he actually is. He's always talking about how much money he has or how many important people he talks to.
I have House of Representative members that I have meetings with.
And he really likes the idea of being remembered for something bigger than just being Destiny's best friend. To that end, he's decided to spend the last couple of years pouring resources into desperately trying to bring down Hasan. He kicked things off with his campaign against Dan Clancy and Twitch regarding anti-Semitism, which he opened up by massively overstating what was actually just a very stupid oversight on Twitch's part. The claim was essentially that Twitch had been banning Israeli users from making new accounts. But aside from the fact that Dan potentially lied in the way that he presented this initial complaint, Twitch's totally understandable explanation didn't stop him and Ethan Klein from helping launch a full-scale PR attack on Twitch and its sponsors, citing things like chat messages during...
Which, by the way, they were also banning people from Palestine from creating accounts. It was the entire region. They just casually ignored that.
Hasan streams as evidence of Twitch harboring anti-Semitism. Another notable example they used was this panel during TwitchCon 2024, where a group of Arabic streamers ranked other creators according to their level of affinity for Arab culture or something. Now, it would be totally fair to criticize the people who hosted this panel for it being stupid and not funny, but Dan and Ethan Klein managed to convince a bunch of people that this tier list was actually racist.
Hey, I've always said, consistently, make fun of me for being cringe. By all means. You can make fun of me for being cringe. You can make fun of me for not being entertaining or funny enough or whatever. That's fine. I'm always down for that. Go for it. By all means. As far as I'm concerned, you can have any reason for disliking someone. Or like, you can have the dumbest reasons for not watching a stream. Like 99% of the reason why I will never be a Burnt Peanut fan is because in my first like 5 games of playing Arc Raiders, I got killed by these fucking losers and they were like, the Bugaloos, we are the Bugaloo. And I was like, Google. I hate your streamer now. I hate your streamer. You have now made me a dedicated hater for life of your streamer. Get owned. Oh, Heidi. Like, I don't need a good, you literally don't need a good reason for disliking any streamer or not wanting to watch any streamer. That's fine. I also don't like Mr. Beast because his smile makes me scared. It's not human. Same reason people didn't like Mark Zuckerberg. He doesn't look human. He looks like a robot, man. He looks like a robot. If you want to be like, dude, I don't like Hasan because he says he doesn't listen to music, man. That's very valid. That's totally valid. Honestly, I'll even take, I don't want to watch Denims. She's a woman. It's like, you know what? At least you're being honest. It's valid. I am a woman. You're right. You caught me. True. It's true. The American people are tired of women. I understand. I get it, man. That's fine. That's valid. It's the like nonsense of like, actually this panel was very anti-Semitic and they were clearly rating people based on an Arab to Jew tier list. See, the definition of Sabra, no one would ever guess. They were actually trying to dog whistle a statement that literally no one has ever heard before in their life. And if you ask the average American person what does Sabra mean, they definitely wouldn't tell you that really shitty hummus that's at the grocery store. They would tell you it actually is a transliteration for a Hebrew word that means Jew from Israel. So obviously this was clearly a tier list about Arab to Jew. It's like, what the fuck? First of all, what the fuck are you talking about? You sound like a crazy person. Second, why did we put a bunch of Arab people in the bottom category then? In the alleged why am I in the alleged Jewish category? That doesn't even make any fucking sense. Doesn't even make any sense. Oh, Jesus.
Against Jews.
I mean, it's kind of just Arab good, Jew bad. I mean, I'm having a hard time seeing this any other way.
While trying to excuse her racist, disgusting, fucking anti-Semitic behavior on stage of putting Jews on the bottom and Arabs on the top of their tier list.
And this narrative somehow got sold pretty well, despite the top tiers consisting of mainly non-Arabs and the bottom tiers consisting of mainly non-Jews. In fact, as far as I could tell, Ethan is the only Jewish person at the bottom of this list. This panel was made for the—
Also, by the way, on the bottom list, I'm there. Okay. A self-proclaimed Muslim is there, Sneeko. Mike is on that bottom list too because it was always a fucking joke. We put Pokimane in the ask for permission tier and she's Arab. Like, what are we, like, I can't believe anyone fell for this.
In fact, as far as I could tell, Ethan is the only Jewish person at the bottom of this list. This panel was made for the Arabs podcast, which is about Arab identity and culture, and features a Jewish host. Ethan and Dan tried making the argument that because Sabra is an Israeli brand, that this panel was ranking people from Arab to Jew, and was therefore racist.
This is why you got 30 days? Yes. Correct.
But Sabra is also just the most basic mass-market hummus you can buy anywhere. Hummus is a core Arab dish. To Arabs who take pride in their culture, Love Sabra just represents cultural disconnection, not Israel or Jewishness. The panel wasn't even saying it's better to be Arab or anything.
I mean, it's like the equivalent of saying like, what's a Spanish term of endearment? Someone who speaks Spanish quickly. Amigo. Who has the Amigo pass? And on the bottom is loves like Del Taco. That's it. That's the only, like, that is literally a 1-to-1. That's it. Because it's just a joke.
Was this idea for a panel maybe controversial? No, not really. I have a hard time getting on board with being genuinely upset about this, but the nonsensical outrage about it worked, particularly for—
They have to twist themselves into absurd knots to even attempt to accuse this as being anti-Semitism.
Liars.
Twitch.tv allowed them to do an Arab to Jew tier list. Twitch needs to take responsibility that they had a fucking racial tier list. The tier list goes from Arab to Jew, and they use like hummus as a stand-in for Jew.
The noise that Ethan and Dan generated about this panel led to the ADL stepping in and pressuring Twitch to take action, and Frogan and a few others that participated got 30-day bans as a result, which was kind of ridiculous. But this is essentially what most of Dan and Ethan's war against Twitch consisted of: misunderstandings, bad examples, or even outright lies, like using a completely fake, doctored screenshot of an anti-Semitic meme on Twitch's front page. Or if you go to Dan's website and you take a look at the examples of anti-Semitic chat messages from Hasan's community, it's actually laughable. In fact, I challenge anyone watching this video to go comb through Dan's website and try to find me one genuinely racist comment.
That's amazing. One of those said black people were killed in the Holocaust too, you fucking idiot. What's anti-Semitic about that? If someone could clarify for me why that statement is anti-Semitic, I would love to know. Is that not just a correct statement? Maybe I'm not. Maybe my history buff. I'm not a history buff, and I might have mistaken a lot of what the Nazis stood for. They must have been like, yeah, the Aryan race, and also black people are okay too. They must have written that, and I must have just missed that part. I must have missed that part in the Holocaust where they were like, no, black people are cool though. They're fine. They must have, yeah, that part of the everybody knows about that part of the Holocaust. Yeah. It's anti-Semitic because keyword search Holocaust. It's amazing. I'm pretty sure a bot just grabbed every mention of like Jew, Israel, IDF, Holocaust. Yeah, during the tier list all over LSF, they would compare it to a tier list where Aryan is on the top and N-word is on the bottom. It's like, what the hell are you doing, dude? Like, are you... Alright. The equivalent would be like, how much of a white boy, of a quirked up white boy are you? And like on the top it'd be like certified white boy, and on the bottom it'd be like hates when my potato salad has raisins in it. Sorry. You can't be a quirked up white boy if you don't like raisins in your potato salad, man. Sorry. It's tough.
Legitimately couldn't do it. I'm sure you could probably find real examples of creators or chatters being anti-Semitic on Twitch, just like many other forms of hate. But if this were a real, actual systemic issue at Twitch, why would these guys need to lie about it? But with the help of the ADL, their campaign actually worked, and Twitch experienced a notable decline in overall ad revenue, which did adversely impact some streamers who don't even have anything to do with politics. And despite how fake this whole anti-Semitism thing was, Dan even went so far as making threatening comments towards the families of Dan Clancy and other Twitch employees.
They don't sleep good at night knowing that I'm downloading every Facebook comment that you've made, Dan. And I've basically downloaded every comment you made everywhere. All of your travel journeys, the stuff with your kids, literally everything. Downloading it all and use it all against them.
The quote from you was something like, you have to go after the people they care about.
So I have a list of all the employees in trust and safety, and half of them hide. No profiles, no nothing. I hope I don't have to go to this direction. Sometimes there are people and you can't get to them, no matter what level of insane targeting you do to them. No matter how autistic you are with the websites that you set up and everything else, they just don't care. Then you have to start going to the people that they care about. And then they start caring.
Yeah, you got to be a little bit unhinged to go against a $50 billion company as one person. Sending a nicely worded email to a support ticket is not going to usually have the effect you need.
Those vaguely threatening comments, the multiple websites, collating people's personal information, that stuff all led to his account being banned from Twitch for harassment, obviously, which he then tried to spin into Twitch wanting to silence him. Okay, man. But with him failing to cause Dan Clancy to lose his job, and losing multiple bets in the process, Dan Saltman dropped the act and turned his focus to what this was really all about, which was Hasan Piker. Dan is so maniacally obsessed with Hasan that he winds up becoming involved in almost every single front in the war against him. If you're a somewhat notable online figure who publicly voices criticism towards Hasan, even if you're an unintelligent slop tuber or somebody he's completely politically opposed to, you will hear from Dan Saltman wanting to be best friends. He's done shows or had plans for them with all—
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like... Dan Stockman was really the best nickname. Whichever chat, because let's all be real, Hasan just be stealing names. He'd be stealing all the catchy things from chat. Whoever coined that original term, whoever wrote that first, you fucking cooked, man.
almost all of the creators in this video, which often may fall through because Dan's dishonesty is so blatant that even notorious liars like Nicholas DeOrio can't come up with ways to defend it.
That is what everyone does all the time, nonstop. It will never end, ever.
It's not a good
No, it
argument.
doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be a good argument. That's what everyone does.
But
They
you're
say-
just
and-
throwing
and
shit at the wall.
my side-
What makes you better
my
than
side
him?
was
What makes you
obvious-
better than Hasan Piker?
No, I'm glad you asked, because my side is honorable, and it was obviously taken out of context. Their side meant it, and they still haven't changed.
Oh, so it's just sides cock. That's, I mean, yeah, this is the issue.
Completely, 100%.
That's the big issue, though. That's why, like, unironically, that's why we can't do a show.
Dan is actually impressively the most prolific
Sides cocked? Side cocked? What did he say?
liar in this whole video, not just because of how often he lies, but also because he just openly admits that he lies.
This is the game. Like, you can't change it as much as you may want to change it. I might want this to be, we have an objective debate and we look at it and, everyone comes away and it's like, okay.
He sounds like Ethan. No, it's missing all the coughing and the sneezing and the sniffling. And also some of the insane mannerisms, like the marbles are gone, people. It's not emphatic enough.
Okay, well, that would be the world I want to go to, but that's not the world that we're in. We're in a world of all that matters is
not enough poop jokes.
The end result of the general public having an optics on something. I said that Hasan Piker visited a brothel that was later raided for suspected sex trafficking. Actually, Hasan...
This is, by the way, like the best evidence of like why you should never listen to any campaign that is started up by Dan Stockman. Like, it's all like literally all of it is Astroturfed garbage. Every single bit of it is just lying. It's just, oh, I don't care if I'm lying. I just want to destroy the people that I don't like. And it's like, to what end? Like, what? Can I be honest with you guys? I had an experience the other day. This is maturing straight up. It's a really long story, so I'll try and shorten it for stream to the best of my ability. But sort of recently, I had to sort of let go of friendship that I wanted, but I can't have that friendship for reasons I will not get into. And a big part of it is beyond my control. And I was like, oh, like if I could get to the bottom of this, and they play Tarkov. No, although friendships have ended over Tarkov. Get out of my fucking way! Get out of my... Why did you fucking kill me? You said you were in the left room. You were in the right room, so I don't... Thought there was someone... I'm leaving the server. Beep, beep. No, but I had to let go of a certain friendship recently, because, like, to be quite honest with you, I don't mean to be too reductive, but these people kind of suck. This friend group. I'm lucky enough that I have lots of friends that make me happy, and I have lots of different sects and groups of friends. I have gaming friends, and I have offline friends, and I have streamer friends, and I have I have enough. I have enough in my life. My life is full. My friendships are full. But different, no, SECTS. But moving on, I was like, dude, if I could just get to like the bottom of this nonsense, like if I could get to the bottom of this, like wherever this like sect ever. Thank you for the 10 gift subs. That's amazing. You were like, finally, it's my time. Yes. Okay, sorry. Anyways, yeah, I sort of started to think that, like, well, if I could just clear up some of this misinfo, like, it would all be, like, worth the effort, right? And then I realized, fucking stupid. Like, I'm going to dedicate all of this effort into, like, this person that I want to be friends with, but doesn't care enough. Why am I, like, doing this? Like, I should just, I have, my life is full. I don't need to go through all this effort just to be disappointed at the end, right? Like, it's okay to let go. It's okay to let go. Because I realized at the end of this journey that I would potentially go on, there wouldn't be anything there for me. It would just be a bunch of wasted energy. And I did let go. I was like, okay. That's okay. We let go now. And we move on. This is my sign. This is your sign. Unless you're in your spiteful era, in which case this is not your sign. And I'm not talking about you. I left my friend group recently. You have no clue how much I needed to hear this. Yeah, and it's like, dude, I like I said, there are always people in your life, I feel like, that will put time and effort and soul and heart into your friendship. So why care about those who won't? You know? Why sit there and try and like correct these things and be like, no, I gotta do the no and this and no, and it's like, no, dude, it's okay. Because I realized at the end of that path, there was nothing. There was nothing. You know? And that's okay. Was it a normie friend group? The shortest version of it is, I don't know if anyone else has been in this experience, but like, if you've ever been in a friend group where people have sided with a different friend, even though you are not in the wrong at all, and you just have to realize those people like that person more, and that's okay. And it's okay to let go. And it's okay to be like, why am I going to sit here on this, like go on this uphill battle or like start this uphill battle, like try and remedy this? No, I don't. I really do have better things to do. And it's honestly, once I started thinking about it, it's kind of disrespectful to all the people who do put a lot of effort and a lot of heart into my friendship. It's disrespectful to them for me to care so much about this other like group of people. Who cares? And I just let go. I was like, I felt so free. I was like, wow. I have seen so many of those in my adult life. It sucks to be suddenly put in the hey, pick a side over fucking nothing you did. Yeah, it's just, you X the entire group. I mean, like, it was only a group of like 3 people. So I'm like, I'm good. Is this financial advice? This is financial advice. So did you tell them or are you just slowly stepping away? I don't need to tell them. We don't hang out enough for me to need to tell them. You're practicing a skill called radical acceptance. Exactly. Do we know these friends? No. That is to say, I don't get like the Dan hate boner for Hasan. It's like, what are you getting at it? Like, there's nothing, like, even if you deplatformed Hasan, you did it. And then Hasan, he's working at McDonald's and he's bald, just like in the Asmongold thumbnails. Now what? What, it didn't make your life better. It didn't do anything for you. Like, okay, congrats. Congrats, man. They don't think it through, it's just feeling and emotion. Yeah, I just don't. It's so bizarro. It's so bizarros. I don't know why people don't talk about how Dan literally said he made up Collargate because he was mad. People kept saying Ethan killed his dog with cheese. By the way, the cheddar thing, that is like peak Ethan Klein. Overshare a story about how you didn't know feeding your dog cheese every day would kill him and give him liver issues. And then later, blame everyone else for spreading misinfo because they shared a clip of you talking about how you didn't know feeding a dog cheese every day would be bad for their liver. You're the only person I watch besides Hasan on Twitch. Probably other people are similar. If they got rid of them, I think you would be one of the only people to carry the flame. Thanks, man. Wait, I thought it was Shredder who got murdered with cheddar. Did I say cheddar? Whatever, same thing.
Wasn't there? Yeah, that matters. Yeah, that matters. And misleading. That matters. Yes, you are misleading. Yes, Dan. Yes, Dan.
That is the game, 100%. Do you not think that that's what people do on Twitter all day, every day?
Yeah, but you're the guy on Twitter.
That's the game.
But I'm not playing the game. I'm trying to get the truth. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not here to play your game.
It's not my game. That is the game. I think that you might be having a very commentary.
Actually, I watch Hasan because of Denims. Dude, Firepuff, a real one. Oh, yes. The Hasan to Denims pipeline? The Denims to Hasan pipeline.
Brain to take care versus what
The
the general
commentary
public...
take is to not lie.
It's pretty bad when this guy is calling you out for being a hack. Dan is a huge fan of clipping Hasan dishonestly, or outright lying about things Hasan says, and then spreading these lies on Twitter to generate public backlash. You may have even come across certain Hasan clips circulating around that are commonly used to attack him, but they're actually deceptive edits, often originating from Dan Saltman. This clip shows up on my Twitter feed pretty often.
Democrats, if they were in charge right now, would be doing 100% the exact same thing, 1-to-1. Make no fucking mistake. Anyone who tries to tell you that Kamala Harris will be different is a fucking delusional moron. Do not listen to them.
People like Dan use this clip whenever the Trump administration does something disagreeable as a way of attacking Hasan's credibility. But the clip's been trimmed of any surrounding context, and it's also cropped and zoomed in so that you can't see Hasan is covering one specific current event and talking about one particular issue, which is Israel.
Anyone who tries to tell you that Kamala Harris will be different is a fucking delusional moron. Do not listen to them. Why? Kamala Harris's own campaign aides have actually come out and talked about how they would be doing a better job defending Israel right now. Chuck Schumer has come out and launched his support. Chuck Schumer, a week ago, was complaining that Donald Trump was Taco Trump. He wasn't going to actually fucking strike Iran.
Yeah, we get it. So you can still think Hasan is wrong about that take, but there's just absolutely no way that if you've seen that original context, that you can in good faith reply to tweets like this with that 18-second cropped edit. This is just a blatant lie, and it seems like Dan is its originator. There are probably dozens more examples of him doing this, but I don't really need to show any more, because again, Dan just openly tells us that this is what he's doing.
See, this is what you guys don't get. You don't play the game. You don't play it strong enough. He has no issues clip-chipping me, okay? He's fine doing it. Why the fuck would I not do it in return?
So yeah, Dan's kind of insane track record might cause some issues for some of his potential partnerships. But a little bit unsurprisingly, the one person who can tolerate maintaining a steady business relationship with Dan Saltman is Ethan Klein. Yeah, Dan's company Redact for a long time was the lone sole sponsor for the H3 podcast.
Code H3 for 15% off. Redact.dev, baby.
So it just
it's a dream partnership.
It just makes sense.
They're part of the team now, part of the gang. So.
And to be honest, I kind of get the feeling that their partnership is a little closer than either of them like to let on. They both sort of downplay the extent of their relationship, like we
the extent of their relationship.
saw earlier.
Do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I've talked to Dan Saltman.
You know, as Ethan Klein said, I've talked to him every once in a while.
It says Dan Saltman's minions, Ethan's bestie. I love how they're so desperate to connect the dots on shit. It's so stupid.
Is it stupid, Ethan? I kept hearing them say stuff like that. And
also, the worst thing about Redact, it doesn't even work. It just says this comment was deleted by Redact, but it doesn't even delete the Reddit comments.
always sounds so defensive to me, which made me curious. Consider this. H3H3 Productions is a 15-year-old YouTube channel, first created in 2011. And despite Ethan's lengthy history of copyright disputes and preaching about protecting IP, the content nuke is the first time he's ever registered one of his works with the US Library of Congress, which makes it seem like he had just recently learned that that was something you could do. And that left me wondering, where did he get the idea from?
But basically, yeah, so I got banned by Twitch for extreme harassment, permanent. I put in a request to cancel my partnership agreement.
Rip Bozo.
Which is a right that is afforded to me.
I can't believe I photoshopped Dan Clancy in an SS uniform, called him a pedophile, called him a Nazi, said he's running a Nazi platform and he loves terrorism, ran an entire ad campaign to destroy him and his website, and then he banned me. Now, this is some Dan on Dan violence I can get behind. You know, admittedly, I don't know a lot of Dan. I actually have never met a Dan ever until I started streaming on Twitch. And suddenly they're all over the place. They're just, Dans are just popular. And now I got to say, Dan on Dan violence I can get behind. I can really get behind it.
In the contract that I have with Twitch. And then after that, I put in a request for them to delete all information about my account. Some of that stuff I have registered with the Library of Congress. If they don't, I will go and I will initiate a copyright lawsuit that has statutory damages applied to it. That's basically a thing. If you register specific works directly with the Library of Congress, you can get statutory damages.
Okay, I'm going to say something. It's going to sound a little insane. I do think that you have to recognize like the weight class you're in, and you got to play like accordingly. Otherwise, I think you end up coming off cringe, right? Or you have to like reestablish yourself and reinvent yourself so that you may fight in a maybe like a heavyweight tournament. Best example of reestablishing yourself, that one guy who was in like, I think he's Indian American, and he like got really jacked and his jaw just like magically got like really wide. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Who I'm talking about? Oh my goodness, you guys are the best. Kumail Nanjiani? Or is it Nanjiani? I apologize if I'm butchering that. I'm terrible with actor names, all right? But this guy really like, what happened? I genuinely, this is crazy and like needs to be researched. How did his jaw get so wide is my question. This is the thing that I think is really like, this guy. But ignoring all of this, he reinvented himself. Marvel paid him enough money. Drugs? Well, no, but you think the drugs made his jaw wide? Maybe drugs can do that. I don't know enough about drugs, so the only drugs I know are the ones that like get you high and you're like, I'm high. I don't know enough about the other ones, but yeah, his jaw is like different. But moving on, not relevant, don't care. I don't know anything about him. I think he looks fine. I don't know. I think he looked fine before. I think he looks fine now. I don't feel strongly. Why did yeah, this guy reinvented himself. He reinvented himself. He was like, I want to fight in a different weight class. I'm done. I'm done with this. No more silly propeller hat and lollipop. It's time to go to, what is it in the salty spittoon? And I feel this way about myself. Listen, I'm just like I'm a jester, okay? I'm an internet jester, and I'm satisfied with being an internet jester. I'm here to talk about things that I care about, but most of the time I'm here to make fun of things and have some fun. I want to go to Weenie Hut Jr., and I want to be like, I want a Jester Max. I want a Jester Max at Weenie Hut Jr. And every once in a while, you know, maybe we get out of Weenie Hut Jr., but only for a moment. I feel like Dan Saltman doesn't understand this concept. He's constantly trying to like fight in a weight class that he doesn't belong to. And it's like, Grandpa, like, are you lost? Like, you should just, it's the same thing with Ethan Klein. It's like, you're supposed to be just like a silly guy that makes fun of himself. What the fuck are you doing? Like, what are you doing? The fool is the greatest archetype. And this is why, like, the people that, like, so many of the people that insult me, they don't understand the correct way to insult me at all. And that's why the insults, like, I think if you could measure how much positivity I've experienced from internet hate versus how much negativity I've experienced from internet hate, I think it would look like this. If I was to make a little fun little pie chart. So, like, if you compiled every single hate comment I have ever received in my life on the internet. This is every single hate comment. Sorry, this kind of doesn't look like a... hard to draw the straight line. This would be the time spent being sad. And this would be the time spent having fun. Because I would say, genuinely... Oh, sorry, the emotes are in the way. When I read hate comments, some hate comments are just so funny. They're just so funny. I have received more joy from hate comments than sadness, and it's not close. It's not like it's like a 50-50. It's not like I read one good one and then I read like a bad one or whatever. It's like the vast majority of negative comments make me laugh, and then like one in like a million will be like, oh, that kind of whatever. It's just it doesn't matter. It's fine. And the vast majority of them are like, I read it, it's like, this is the only thing you're good for, your body. And it's like, Are you serious? Really? Do you mean that? Or are you just saying that? Are you just saying that? Just to make me blush. Like, come on. Really? My body looks... Oh, thanks. Oh, okay. I mean, don't say that to me. Or sometimes it'll be like the most like deranged musings. It'll be like, you don't even know what you're talking about. This is the problem. Every terrorist lover, anti-Semitic, OnlyFan whore, you're going to prison. It's like, dude, you're fucking gone. And then you check their profile picture, and you go to their Twitter profile, and I'm not joking. The number of times I've seen this where it's like, it'll be like a tweet, like 4 tweets down. It'll be like, we all need to learn how to disagree with each other and be okay with that. And it's like, this has got to be some big game on me. This has got to be a satire. Is The Onion running this account? You got me. You can take out the cameras now. You can take them out. Come on. Oh my god, dude. Anyways, all of that's to say, I had a point that I was making with all of that. I don't remember, but it probably wasn't that important. I did want to say I do feel for the people who send hate comments because, man, the vast majority of hate comments are so fucking funny. They're so fun. They're so funny, dude. I almost feel bad laughing, knowing that this poor person is sitting here trying to type something to make me mad, and they're like, why is she getting away with it? Why? I still laugh at the time that you roasted someone so hard they changed their profile picture. Yeah. Top 10. That was top 10. That was amazing. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was amazing. I forgot about that. Oh my god. I don't remember what stream that was. Oh, fuck, dude. That was so good. I don't remember. Please say there's a clip. Mods might have the clip or something. I was there. That was hilarious. That was so fun. I don't even remember what I said to him. I think the most fun, by the way, the most fun way to insult the way someone looks is to say, and you look like this and you're saying this? Because you're not targeting any particular attribute. You're just targeting the fact that they're insecure about how they look. And that shit's funny as fuck. All I'm doing is holding up a mirror and saying, you look like this. And they're like, fuck. You're right, I do look like that. Oh, God. All right. Jesus.
It's not like a typical DMCA thing where you have to prove damages and things along those lines. So I've gone and I've registered a few things that I know that are stored on Twitch's servers, and I'll move forward with that if they don't delete all of my data. So there's that. What else was I going to talk about?
To go riding in a one-horse sleigh.
All right.
Jingle bell,
Thank you, everybody.
Jingle bell rock.
Oh, I have a special
Jingle
project over the
bell
break, so don't miss that. And we'll be back in January.
Also, I have been teasing a work on a video I've been working on, or a special project, let's say. I have spent every waking moment on this project. Hope you guys enjoy that when it comes out eventually. I think within 2 weeks for sure. Within 2 weeks.
Well, I'm happy to tell you guys now. I, Ethan Klein, have registered Hasan Piker Content Nuke with...
I see. Dude, it's like pathetic. The saddest part about all of it is Ethan pretending like I just act completely on my own, and I'm definitely not impacted by the things that Hila says, and I'm definitely not impacted by my friendship with Dan Clancy, and I don't even know who Des Tiny is. I don't even know who that is. And then post an entire Instagram story being like, dude, I used to look up to you. Like, I've been watching you for a decade. I've been watching you for as long as I can remember. I literally would not have been doing content with that. It's like, didn't you just spend the past 3 months saying you've never heard of this guy?
the United States Library of Congress.
Some of you guys out there sweating.
And then Dan posts this Discord message right after Ethan's video announcing the lawsuits was posted.
Sorry, I said Dan Clancy. I meant Saltman. I apologize.
And look, none of this is proof of anything. But why does this matter? Well, because if what I'm suggesting is true, and Dan and Ethan have been in somewhat close communication since November of 2024, it would actually create quite a few problems for Ethan. Number 1. It supports the idea that Ethan was originally trying to target Hasan with his copyright plan. This is something that Ethan denies, but if he had come up with the plan with the help of Hasan's #1 hater, who do you think it was originally intended for? And if people knew that was the original plan, it kind of makes Ethan look bad. Not only would it build a stronger perception that he's abusing copyright law because he switched his target after the original plan failed, but also, his original plan failed. Ethan had been begging Hasan to watch his video, but a month had passed, and he was still unable to get him to do so. So then look at what Ethan registered last February. I'll never forgive Hasan Piker for this. To me, it just seems obvious that Hasan was the intended target of the copyright plan. And obviously, Ethan wouldn't want everyone to know that that's what he...
The funniest part about this, by the way, is that, like, Chatter, you're totally right. Makes him look bad, buddy. That ship has sailed a long time ago. Do you guys... Okay. Man, if Ethan Klein wasn't such, like, a horrible person, such a piece of shit, like, especially the shit that he did to Casey Tron, I lost my ability. I'll remember for a brief moment, oh yeah, I can experience empathy. And then I remember that who he is, and I'm like, oh, actually you're like a horrible person, and I should ignore that feeling of wanting to feel bad for you, because you don't feel bad for anyone around you ever. Except for your close friends and family, and that's it. What was I going to say about that? Hold up, wait. No, there was a point. Fuck.
He was trying to do, target of the copyright plan. And obviously, Ethan wouldn't want everyone to know that that's what he was
that he's such a loser, right. Do you guys remember the part where, you remember this, the Ethan Klein arc where he was like, there are so many negative comments about me on TikTok. We're gonna rewrite this narrative. I'm sitting up for this one. I'm shitting up for this one. All right, I'm shitting the studio up for this one. We're gonna start making some TikToks and tell people that I am a good person. We need to do this now. And he recorded like 3, and all of the comments were making fun of him, so he just stopped. Top 10 funniest things that man has ever done in his life. That was amazing. That was just incredible. He's like, I don't even spend that much time simping for Israel, guys. And then he gave up because he literally can't handle criticism. He was like, well, Grok, how do I turn comments on TikTok off? Grok, remove anti-Semitic comments. Grok, help. Fuck.
Trying to do because, you know, he lost. Number 2. Ethan vehemently denies that he worked alongside the ADL to get Frogan banned and claims it was anti-Semitic for Hasan to suggest that he did.
I have never spoken to the ADL. That's a defamatory
Meanwhile, when like all of us got banned, he's like, I'll take credit for that shit. Fuck yeah, that was all me.
claim that has zero proof. And frankly, it sounds a little Jewish conspiratorial.
But guess who it sounds like did speak with the ADL?
Wait, what do you think caused the ADL and stuff to apply? Like, why do you think what's happening now is happening now?
I think, well, I can't say all of it. I think.
Hold on, what does that mean? Can't say all of what? And why can't you say it?
Like, I'm fine to be this cabal Discord Jew that meets up on Fridays with all the Jews across the world in the secret meetings. Like, I'll play that part. I have reached out to all of these organizations and give them information.
Seems possible to me that Ethan was a little bit closer to the ADL's involvement with Twitch than he would like to let on.
So if you're mad Frogan got banned, fucking I am laughing in your face. And I did that shit. I'll take credit for it. I fucking did that shit.
So you can kind of start to see how a close relationship between these two causes some optics issues for Ethan. And there are other possible explanations, like wanting to avoid anti-Semitic tropes.
Sounds like a little Jewish conspiratorial.
Or not wanting to be associated with Destiny.
I've talked to Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
But I think reason number 3, why Ethan would downplay his relationship with Dan Saltman, might just be that Dan is kind of a massive piece of shit. We've already covered his blatant dishonesty and his threats against Twitch employees and their families, but Dan is also a notorious and open doxer, something that Ethan should be principally opposed to.
Here's the mods doxing our office. Yes, this is actually a real screenshot. This is fucking insane.
Does Ethan just not know that his business partner does this too? He's pretty public about it.
There's one of Hasan's moderators, the guy named Comrade Lamb. He's been calling me a pedophile, and I did a subpoena and got his information, his full information. It was quick, surprisingly.
Wait, really? You can just do that?
Yep.
Stop! No.
That's lit.
No,
What?
you don't do that shit on my stream.
Here's him then tweeting a photo of that person as a minor, obviously censored here. And here's him trying to intimidate the spouse of somebody who was saying weird stuff about him online. So, that's crazy to do. And while there are more examples of Dan's behavior we could go over, I don't really want to draw attention to most of it. And we don't really need to anyway. Dan openly tells us who he is. And who he is the exact type of person that Ethan claims his enemies are.
It's just pathetic the way you lie about your perceived enemies. You don't care about the truth at all. For you, it's just about destroying your enemies.
If you don't play the game, you're like so fucked, right? Do I personally care about Kaya? I could give a fuck about Kaya, just like I could give a fuck about Lonerbox's dog or anyone else's dog. I ain't met the motherfucker. That said, yeah, it's fair to push this because it hurts Hasan, and Hasan is a bad person, and the goals are accomplished as a result of that.
You people are scum. You have dedicated your lives to harassing.
He's a bad person. Okay.
Me, my loved ones, my crew. You are disgusting, vile, fucking pieces of shit.
Sometimes there are people and you can't get to them. Then you have to start going to the people that they care about. This costs me nothing. I can keep going.
And you have the audacity to claim other people are bad people, bro? What the fuck?
I can't be stopped. I can't be reasoned with. You do what I say or I'll keep going. And I'm fine to keep going. I do kind of enjoy it a little bit.
Relentless slander, straight up lies, defamation.
All that matters
Defecation.
is the general public having an optics on something. No, I'm saying that's how the game is. That is the game.
You don't play the game. You don't play it strong enough.
Here's the mods doxing our office. This is fucking insane.
This so-called doxing that happens, at least it's not like Hasan waving a gun around. Jesus Christ.
Wait, did you dox someone in the past or what?
I'm just saying it's not like Hasan's doxing.
Ethan has spent 2 years going after liars, doxers, and harassers, which makes it a little awkward that one of them is apparently his vacation buddy.
The BB gun? That he had on stream and showed to stream? I can't. Doxing is actually when you have a gun in your home. Doxing is when you have an airsoft gun and you're like, look, Dad, I have my gun. You guys know the meme of like, it's usually about like cyclists, and it's like, it's one guy that looks really mad. It's like kind of like stick figures, and he's like, it's like bicyclists on the left. It's like, I just want to ride my bike. And then the guy on the right says, it's like a car cell, and they're like, I literally hate you and I want you to fucking die. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? This meme, or has no one seen this meme and I just sound like a crazy person? Cyclist meme. Lollipop. I hate you. Did that come up with, that didn't pull anything up? Okay, well, it's not coming up. Guy screaming at I can't find it. Maybe comic? You are mixing two memes? No, I'm not mixing two memes. It's this one. There's an edit of this one that's like, it crosses out the I like playing with toys, and it's like, I like to ride my bike. And then there's one guy that's really mad. He's like, I fucking hate you and hope you die. This meme. I don't know, maybe there's another one of No, this is the meme. This is the meme I'm thinking of. Why did I bring this up? This is the equivalent. This is Hasan being like, I have an airsoft gun. Look, chat. And then this is Dan Stockman. I fucking hate you. Like, This is literally worse than doxing. Having an airsoft gun is literally worse than doxing.
He's in a pod, these two, I'll tell you. I don't want to spend any more time on Dan because I think he gets off on this shit. So Dan Saltman doesn't get an award. So to me, it's quite obvious that these people have zero standards. None of this was ever about harassment or defamation or doxing because the clients don't actually think those things are bad. They just don't like that it's happening to them. Ethan doesn't care. He thinks you're stupid. He thinks he can make up justifications and explanations for his behavior that people will buy. And they do. All of these guys have been pushing a completely dishonest agenda, each for their own reasons. For some of them, it's clout. For others, it might just be stupidity. And for some, they just want you to be looking at somebody other than them. But they've all willfully pushed these lies, and in the process, they've eroded any standards we used to have for political and commentary creators. Things like doxing, abusing copyright, and harassing smaller figures into silence shouldn't be permissible, but your favorite streamer has convinced you that they are, because remember,
it's on bad. Ethan looked so weird and off-putting during the content nuke. A suit just isn't the best look on him. Well, yeah, he just started like wearing, he wore like a suit once, and then I think I accidentally baited him, or maybe unintentionally, or maybe intentionally baited him into wearing more suits. Because he was looking at my GoFundMe, and I was like, he was covering it on stream, and then I wrote in the GoFundMe while he was covering it, I was like, nice suit, King. Looks good. And then he didn't stop, and then he wore a suit every single day for like the next at least month of podcast episodes. And when someone asked him, he's like, I just like how this does. I just like how it looks. If a man is to be judged by his enemies, then I am well off, for I have the honor of being hated by the most worthless of men. Dude, it's so true. I'm just saying, guys, look at the people who don't like me, man. You got fucking Rape Tone, you got the mold man that's his teeth are falling out of his fucking mouth. You got Poopy Klein. Who else is there? I don't keep track of all of them, and a bunch of slop tubers. That's it. Those are. Oh, I think I don't know if Nux Taku's talked about me at all ever. I can't listen to his voice for more than 5 seconds at a time, man.
You look around the scene, right? And you see people like Hasan Piker with his crocodile tears. This was his reaction to the shooting. I cannot believe this hypocrite who's been advocating for political violence for years, now pretending like he's shocked something like this would happen. No, dude, not you. You are disgusting. I am so tired of this man and his violent rhetoric, crying on stream. No, not you, man.
Did we ever get to like the bottom of why this guy has a VTuber model of a twin-tailed, flat-chested girl? Why did we ever get to the bottom of that? Has anyone solved that mystery yet, or no? Okay. I think in your heart you know the answer. Yeah.
It's so obviously a call to violence. You're obviously wrong for saying it. There's no justification at all to say something like that.
I feel like I've seen a few different clips of Hasan saying like, we don't really know for sure if Kamala would have been different.
And once again, we have Hasan engaging in activities which may very well violate California law.
Sympathizer, another one I'm ready to burn, because he also like protects Hasan at all costs.
God, I fucking hate Hasan so much. Hasan is a fucking stupid, tanky, jihadist, apologizing piece of shit. Fuck Hasan. What a fucking asshole.
Because Hasan is the most unlikable human being on
Dude,
earth.
saying that as Tectone is so fucking funny. Tectone, literally no one likes you. Fucking Tectone with the most awful voice you've ever heard in your life. No one likes Hasan Piker. No one likes him. No one. like hurt my voice to do. How the fuck does he do that? Jesus.
Unless you want to have sex with him.
Like when we go to his channel, I gotta stop talking about Hasan so much, to be honest with you. It just bothers me that like
his camera is just so small and it bothers me.
Okay, so you think that Hasan is not fun to talk to about anime?
I think normalizing Hasan is dangerous. Because there's genuinely so much to attack Hasan for. Every day there's like a new thing to bash Hasan over the head with. Because he's just so fucking stupid and malicious.
I genuinely do believe that Hasan is one of the worst people on the internet.
Hasan Piker is the most dangerous person that if you're over the age of about 35, you've probably never heard of.
So Hasan is one of the most terrible human beings on earth.
At least your villain, Ethan Klein, showed real emotion. And when he discovered the news on his podcast, he was sobbing. And I believe...
I must have not seen the patch notes of like all of the things. Hasan is, I guess, personally responsible for like lighting a school bus filled with kittens on fire and then sending it into like a retirement home or something. Like, what are we doing?
His tears. I don't believe Hasan Piker's crocodile tears.
The people that simp for Hasan who are like, he's hot.
The pit photo is crazy to do this while you're talking.
Whatever. It's so pathetic. Even if you think it's hot, it's so embarrassing. It's so cringe, guys. Please, I'm gonna fucking die.
I haven't seen you in pretty much never.
Yeah.
You want to be in my vlog?
Sure.
Oh my god, I'm gonna no! I've never seen this before! Dude, I'm telling you, this guy, like, KILTONIC'S, go. And this guy, if there's anyone that deserves more than 1,000, 2,000 subscribers, it's fucking Kilo, man. Go subscribe, dude. Subscribe and like and comment. Dude, not fucking cool. Some of these clips, I don't even know where he's found some of these clips. I haven't even seen some of these clips. And I'm getting sued by this guy, or by Ethan at least, and I've never seen some of these clips. Stop. Do you want to be in my vlog?
Starting it up.
Oh hell yeah! I just started vlogging recently as well. I feel you. It's hard. It's awkward.
Yeah. I came here to say thank you.
Wait, why? No, thank you
for supporting Teddy Fresh so much.
Thank you for the big baggy pants. I love them so much. Oh my god.
Well, have a good show.
Thank you. Bye everybody.
Dude, stop. This is defecation, man. This is defecation, dude. Dude, Hila's gonna go on the show tomorrow and she'll be like, KILTONIC'S, another one, I'm ready to burn.
On YouTube for the past few years, there's a big industry that's exploded in popularity, and it's based on a simple concept. Hasan bad, Hasan Piker is bad, and he's dumb, and bad and a terrorist, probably. We can call this the Hasanabi dunk video industrial complex. It's common for YouTubers during low view months to join in on the fun and make these types of videos, taking short clips from Hasan's thousands of hours of live streaming to misrepresent what he's saying, usually parroting the exact same talking points they're getting from the same YouTubers in the same community. They're watching each other's videos and making each other's videos. It's kind of like a perpetual cycle of dumb guy slop. It's interesting to see YouTubers that typically cover TikTok drama and gaming content randomly giving their opinions on genocide and geopolitics, but that's the result of such an ecosystem. It's not about the politics, it's about making money by attacking a guy they don't like.
That was Noah Samson, who I briefly mentioned earlier. Noah is a 28-year-old video essayist with over 500,000 subscribers. That video came out over a year ago, and Noah keyed in on quite a few relevant things. He explains that when Ethan's commentary on Israel and Palestine is almost exclusively antagonism towards people who, above all else, morally object to the genocide in Gaza, it sort of has the function of supporting genocide, because as Noah puts it,
the arguments they're attacking him for are anti-genocide arguments. So these creators, they're positioning themselves in opposition to him and his arguments, de facto positioning themselves on the pro-genocide side. Anti-genocide is pro-genocide.
Which isn't really that unreasonable. And when you think about it that way, it further illustrates that the widespread Zionist perception of Ethan is really just a product of his own behavior.
Let's bring an Iraqi terrorist group to your neighborhood and you just go out and be slaughtered and your mom be slaughtered. and your kids be slaughtered and you burned alive. And again, I'm saying that I support Palestine. I don't know how more I can express that, you know?
But Noah also lays out the thing that we've been demonstrating for the last 3 hours, that there is a massive and corrosive financial incentive to make content that paints Hasan Piker in the worst possible light. And it's gotten worse since he made that video. Guys like More Pegasus, Sensitive Society, and WestJet have virtually perfected the craft. And it's not just creators, there's an entire network of entities across multiple platforms, all feeding off each other to spread misinformation and baseless character attacks about Hasan. Places like LSF on Reddit or Yeet on Twitter. These
to be fair, LSF is like Astroturfed to fuck. Like, I'm sorry to say this, but it's I don't even know that it's people there anymore. I'm pretty sure like 90% of LSF is like fucking botted as shit. Like, it's truly dead internet theory. The thing that makes it obscene is that like any people that used to go on LSF just don't go on LSF anymore because the vast majority of the normal people who had any dissenting opinions ever just all got banned. And it's like, well, why the fuck would I? Okay. All right, man.
Function as dedicated anti-Hasan news networks that feed back directly into the machine. A clip gets posted, a creator makes a video on it.
And the crazy thing too is if you go to like other subreddits, you'll very quickly realize how, just like truly how Astroturfed LSF is. Like go to any other subreddits, and you'll see like they have similar, I don't think, do you subscribe to a subreddit? I don't remember the term, whatever, following a subreddit or whatever. They have as many users that are part of that subreddit with posts that get way more views, way more likes, way more comments. The reason is that LSF used to have a lot of people that went on and commented, and then most people just got fucking banned. It's like, oh, well, I don't know. I think Extra Emily's not that bad. And it's like, you've been permanently banned. I've literally seen before comment sections in LSF be like, it'll be like, Hasan Diddler Piker, oh, being annoying again. And then like the next comment is like deleted, and you go and see what the deleted comment is with one of like those Reddit websites that lets you see that. And the reply was, yeah, whatever, sex pestiny fan. And the comment from the mod is, you have been banned for a lack of civility. It's like, do you see nothing wrong with this image? Do you see absolutely nothing is wrong with this image? Nothing? Nothing is wrong with this image? Oh, it's only a lack of civility if you use those terms against people we like. That's why the subreddit gets like no movement at all. The only movement that's on there at this point is like bots and like the very few fucking like sex pestiny fucking C Samstony viewers that still go there.
The news networks post clips from.
I thought they got the new mod that got interviewed. Yes, the only thing that I think the problem is I don't think that the new mod can undo the damage that the old mods did to LSF. I think it's just like, I think a lot of people just don't want to go on there anymore. Because it's like, whatever. It's just a fucking wasteland anyways. And think about it this way. This is the best analogy to use. If you went to a restaurant for the very first time and they served you food that was like sour, you were like, I don't think chicken is supposed to taste that way. Or like they served you food that was like moldy and you're like, that's enough that it would take a lot for that restaurant to earn your trust for you to go back again a second time. You would be like, no, I'm good. I'm good going there ever again. It's the same thing with a subreddit. It's like you get banned for bullshit. It's like, fuck you guys. And then you move on to other subreddits, into other places, into servers or whatever. And then you see that you got unbanned off of LSF. You're like, I don't really care anymore at this point. I've got way more things to enjoy in life. I'm not going to go to this fucking place that served me moldy fucking chicken.
Those videos, it's this bizarre.
That's basically my experience with LSF. Yeah. And again, like you go and look at other subreddits, and for the same number of like members in the subreddit, the posts have way more interactions, and the posts are way more normal in terms of like the comments that they get and the dissenting opinions that they get. Whereas LSF, they'll just start writing, like, the comments will have, like, fan fiction. Like, straight up, it'll be, like complete lies. It's, like, upvote 100. And then one person corrects one of the lies, downvoted 100. It's like, okay.
Incestuous cycle of people just jerking each other off about how terrible Hasan Piker is. It's funny, for how much Ethan Klein cries about an organized harassment campaign, you would be shocked at how organized Hasan Bad is.
Fucking A, let's go. Ethan Klein, Destiny, Dan Saltman, who else is there out there that is pushing the fuck Hasan narrative? There has to be more of us.
Well, it's happening organically because people realize that Hasan is a crazy person. Yeah.
He is a bad guy. I am so happy that I could be part of this movement to destroy this fucking terrorist motherfucker.
So this goes beyond a genre.
My biggest pride in life, being part of the Destroy Hasan Piker movement. Dude, and like, sometimes I wish that the internet was like the wild, wild west, like back in the day, so you could say things that you would normally be able to say in like League, in like a League game, and you can't say that. God,
like
just fucking FF, man. Come on. Just hang up the white flag and admit that you fucking lost, bro.
Entire ecosystem. But the attacks on Hasan are also often exaggerated, misleading, or even outright false. And as we've already seen, there's quite the ragtag band of rapists, liars, and complete morons that are most responsible for pushing them. So all things considered, it can be a little difficult to parse what information about Hasan is actually real. So to wrap up this video, let's go through some of the most sensationalized and infamous claims about Hasan Piker and see which ones hold up. Let's start with one of the most widespread and craziest headlines about Hasan that still gets repeated to this day. Hasan visited a brothel in Germany that was raided for trafficking minors. Now this story comes in a few different forms depending on who's telling it. You've got Dan, who very strategically says that Hasan visited a brothel that was later raided for human trafficking. Nuxtaku more aggressively states that the brothel was raided for the trafficking of at least one minor. And on the most extreme end of the spectrum, Destiny outright claims that Hasan literally raped a 15-year-old. So here's what actually happened. A long time ago, Hasan visited the legal Artemis brothel in Berlin, which is a pretty famous and reputable establishment. In 2016, this brothel was raided on suspicion of human trafficking, but the entire process, which involved 530 investigators, yielded no results. In fact, the authorities recommended no changes to the brothel's employment process or working conditions. And in present day, they're actually 100% compliant with Germany's Prostitution Protection Act. When the public prosecutor's office tried to salvage some remaining charges out of this case, the court rejected all of them. And it's noted here that it's rare for an indictment in Berlin to be considered so weak that it doesn't even open a trial. As a result of all of this, the local government publicly apologized to the Artemis brothel and compensated them almost $300,000.
Didn't an op of Hasan's put out a reward that if any of them came forward with a Me Too movement, and of course no one did? Jesus Christ.
$1,000 for damages caused. Now
Aiden Ross did that? Shut up. No, he didn't. Stop. Do you believe in Pangea or the Big Bang Theory?
One truthful element to this story. The raid was prompted by a witness whose abusive older boyfriend had been forcing her to work at the brothel.
And then Meteor happened. All right, fine. I can't mention it and then not play it. Hey, yo. Wait, hold up. Wait a minute. Daily Denims channel getting some motion? Getting some schmotion? 20K views. Hey, yo. Yeah, he exposed me. Dude, hell yes. Guys, there's a YouTube industrial complex sprouting. You guys gotta be this. That's how I normally watch during the week. Wait, actually, that's kind of cool. I don't run this channel. I don't make any money off of this channel, so you would just be supporting a fellow denizen, actually. That's actually how I found your stream. Wait, that's so cool. The Denims sweatshop. No, there are no sweatshops here. There are no sweatshops. There are none. Lest. No, wait. Pangea. Look at this. God, and the haters are so dumb. Why do you support terrorists? Conservatives have way more views. Let me just I can't find, there's no way I'm going to be able to find the clip of Tim Pool talking about how every single conservative literally pays for their viewership. That's literally the conservative ecosystem. They pay for ads and for their videos to get shown as ads so it gets viewed as a full view on Facebook and on YouTube and on Instagram. The Milo clip, yeah. I don't, actually, maybe the Majority Report episode might have it. It's crazy that people still don't know about this, by the way. That people still don't know that conservatives are like, I think it would actually still in this context be called AstroTurf. No. Yeah, this one. These are two conservatives literally talking about how everybody does this.
That right-wing people will go and get investors, billionaire money, and they buy engagement, they buy followers, and they sort of propel themselves to the top of the heap, and they fake it till they make it, and then eventually it's kind of sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
Everybody does that.
Everybody just not does that.
Well, we've never done anything like that.
This is the reason why, by the way. It's because they fucking bought and buy their way to the top and then convince everyone, oh, see, I know, I swear. We're super popular. Our views are super popular. And they're not. But okay. Anyways, LOL. Proof, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I would say that two conservative creators talking about how everybody buys their way to the top in the conservative landscape actually is the closest you can get to proof. Actually, yeah. All right. What were we doing? Wait, no. Pangria. Let's move on.
And she was reportedly underage. Her pimp was sentenced to 7 years for this. But this was just one criminal using it.
Wait, what the hell are these roach logs? Where? Totally right. People ever hear of Black Panthers? Everyone here in this chat has never lived in the hood. Better than Ilmar. I will tell this chat, have you seen people who are actually combat soldiers? What color are they? Combat soldiers in the military are white. I think this might be a bot. Either that or someone with severe CTE. So if I make a channel and just talk out of my ass, it's true. I mean, that's currently what you're doing, bro. You have a channel, you're talking out of your ass, and you think it's true. You're already doing it, buddy. That's enough attention for you. Could you type in chat really quickly? The timeout feature on here really sucks. And it automatically times out for 10 seconds. But in Chatterino, it lets me pick 2 weeks. So if you could type so I don't have to scroll up in chat and I could just click your name, it makes it a lot easier. Otherwise, I have to sit there and type timeout for 2 weeks. And I don't really feel like doing that. Could you just send a message like art or something? I don't know. It doesn't matter, like literally anything. Oh, you guys can tag him. Tagging him works too. Thanks, guys. Okay. Come back in 2 weeks. Maybe you'll be less annoying. All right.
An otherwise legal venue to exploit somebody. This wasn't the brothel itself trafficking kids. And the only reason you would ever care about someone supporting a business where something like this happened is if the business itself did something that led to it happening. And following an extremely thorough investigation, a court rejection, and a formal apology from the city, that pretty clearly seems to not be the case here. So if you're telling me your standard is that all 100,000 people who visit the brothel each year are child rapists because of this one isolated incident, I just think you're lying. It's been speculated that the primary reason for the raid was actually that the city was missing out on substantial tax revenue because of the pay structure of the workers. Now, we can't know if that's true or not, but it is entirely possible that this whole thing had almost nothing to do with that one incident at the brothel. And to top it all off, that lone isolated incident happened 6 years after Hasan visited Germany. So this entire child trafficking claim about Hasan is built on a story about one.
Dude, it's like these people are here specifically just to prove the point of this video. Look, like literally look at the people that don't like, where is it? Look at the people who don't like Hasan. Like, I donated 3K bits, you owe me. See my Twitter, stop ignoring me, you're not alive, you think I'm spent, I am #1, thank me. Why does Denims go to defense for Hasan? What's wrong with all of them? Why are they all weird?
One incident that happened 6 years after he was there.
Huh? Nah, bro. I mean, if nothing illegal happened, visiting a brothel is nasty work. Why? Huh? Because it's just like morally wrong. Okay, why is it morally wrong? You're not going to just say like, because I think it's bad to give money and then have sex. You're not going to say something that's stupid, right? You're going to actually build an argument why it's morally wrong. Spiritually, it's physically violent. Is it spiritually or is it physically? Spiritually, I'm physically beating the shit out of you in a boxing ring. Spiritually. You don't need any more CTE. I take it back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
At a brothel that was never even charged with anything and was compensated for the investigation. And as a side note, I also want to mention that Artemis ended up donating said compensation to a children's hospital. So, happy endings. This whole story is really just a lazy way to desperately try to attach bad things to Hasan's.
Sorry, I apologize. You're wrong. You're right, chat. You're right. He said psychically. He said psychically. He did say psychically. But like, I misread it. I apologize. I apologize. You're right, chat. He said psychically. I apologize. I misread it. Unfortunately, I don't think it makes it any less intelligent. Or sorry, any more intelligent. Spiritually, it's psychically violent. It demeans a person's divine spark. It's vampiric and consumptive. Yeah, that's how I feel if you get a blowjob. I think blowjobs are psychically violent because they're vampiric in nature. You don't get blowjobs, right, bro? Because that would be fucking disgusting and morally wrong, right? I mean, someone is literally sucking the spirit out of you. You don't do that, right? You don't enjoy it. God forbid you experience pleasure during it, right? It is what it is. Oh, isn't that cute? When it comes to things that you like, you're like, but blowjobs are good. They make my pee-pee hard and I like it. What the heck? No. No. Stop. Don't say that. Stop it. No, I like when it happens to me. Oh, I don't like when other people do this thing for no reason from some shit I made up. Brothels are evil, period. I think users who are named MCatsky are evil, period, and are going to hell. In fact, computer, send them to hell. Computer, send him to no blowjob hell where he'll never receive another blowjob for the rest of his life. Computer, do it to him. You've been reprogrammed.
Name.
I said that Hasan Piker visited a brothel that was later raided for suspected sex trafficking.
Actually, Hasan wasn't there. Yeah, that matters. Yeah, that matters. And misleading. That matters.
So while the underlying facts about this claim are somewhat true, the implications about Hasan that people...
I apologize, by the way. Sorry, I forgot to say one last thing, which is something a chatter said. Just to make the point more clear. If you think sex work is inherently violent, that says more about your relationship with sex than anything else. Ding, 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 ding. You got it. If your first thought is, well, I would hire a prostitute to do a bunch of violent things. What? What? How are you saying? Oh, wow. What? You know you're talking with your mouth and we can hear it.
Will make from them are deliberately misleading. Next claim. Hasan threatened to kill a US senator. You may remember from earlier that one of Nuxtaku's tweets actually alleges that Hasan has threatened to kill 2 US senators. So no, this isn't about Rick Scott, this is about Tom Cotton, senator from Arkansas, who in 2024 posted a tweet encouraging people stuck behind pro-Palestinian protesters to take matters into your own hands. He then went on Fox News and suggested that in Arkansas, protesters would be thrown off of bridges.
If something like this happened in Arkansas on a bridge there, let's just say I think there'd be a lot of very wet criminals that have been tossed overboard, not by law enforcement, but by the people whose road they're blocking.
Hasan, in response, quote tweeted Cotton with a diagram of the homemade shotgun used in the assassination of former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. So is this a threat? Technically, yes, in the same way that Hasan technically threatened that chatter that was calling for his hanging. But to be clear, an elected official was calling for violence against the American public, and I'm supposed to object to somebody using a meme to threaten him back? Look, maybe this is just me, but if our elected leaders start threatening us with violence, frankly, I'd kind of hope that someone would threaten them back. So you can say Hasan's response here was irresponsible.
Excuse me, it's only okay when the sitting Congress people say that they want us to fucking die so that they can get one more blood diamond. When we say it back, that's literally the most violent thing a human being has ever done, ever. It's called arts and crafts. Shut up.
Or stupid if you want, but to say Hasan threatened to kill a US senator while ignoring that it was a response to a call to violence is at best seriously misleading. Next, Hasan said that Hila Klein was a valid military target. This one got picked up everywhere. Ethan and Hila started claiming that Hasan was calling for violence against her, and Asmongold was similarly flabbergasted.
If somebody attacks Hila Klein, they're gonna go to jail. Why is he telling people this? Why would he be what is wrong with you? He's making a direct call for violence. That's insane. Oh my God.
But here's what Hasan actually said.
Like any kind of violence that Israeli settlers or the Israeli military experiences in the West Bank is literally legal. It is legal resistance against an occupying military force. I cannot repeat this enough. Every type of armed resistance against both the settlers and also the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank. Doesn't matter if it's your favorite podcasters like Wife that participate in these raids. The violence that the Palestinians engage in an act of resistance against this illegal occupying force is literally legal, definitionally legal.
So clearly Hasan is
These people would live in the fucking Star Wars universe and like they would be the ones building, well actually the bots are building the Death Star. They would be like friends or like married to the person who's firing the Death Star off. And you're like, dude, like we should like attack the facilities of the people that are firing the Death Star. And they'd be like, oh, why is no one doing anything about this very serious threat? You know, my sister works on the team that built the Death Star. Excuse you. You know, someone should really do something about these terrorists. It's like, how was nobody else seeing this? I don't understand. I don't understand. The Death Star literally created my job. It literally is a job creator. Okay? I'm not even into, okay. I've watched like 2 Star Wars movies and not the good ones. I don't think. I'm pretty sure I watched like the 2 bad ones And also, I have watched Andor. And outside of that, I've really not watched anything else Star Wars related. But I keep getting these Star Wars reels on Instagram that are really funny. Where it's like your drunk uncle who is pro-Empire talks to you over the holidays or something like that. And they're really funny. They're like really good. Maybe I can find one. I actually don't know how to look at your likes on Mima Boomer. Wait, I can figure it. I can figure it out. Hold. I can't figure it out. What? I watch Porn Star. Me too.
Discussing international law as it relates to resistance against military forces in illegally occupied territory. He says that violent actions against settlers who are conducting military operations in these territories is completely fine, and included your favorite podcaster's wife probably as a jab at Hila to be a little bit of a shithead. But for context, many people often dismiss Hila's role in the IDF as being just that of a secretary, despite her at one point volunteering to participate in a highly questionable night raid into Ramallah.
You told me once you went on like a mission with them to like a terrorist city.
Yeah, they took me with them one night, even though they weren't supposed to. I just wanted to see what it's like.
So Hasan was quite obviously not saying that somebody should attack Hila Klein. He said that people engaged in military operations in illegally occupied territory are, under international law, valid targets. Like Hila,
the terrorist city Ramallah. It's still so funny that they get triggered over the fact that people call her the Raider of Ramallah. She literally said she was excited to go on a raid to terrorist city Ramallah. What do you want us to call her?
would have been while she was doing that. So whether Hasan is correct or not, the way the clients presented his statements here, and the way many people subsequently reported on them, is completely wrong. Alright, next. Hasan called babies valid targets. So this one stems from the final episode of The Leftovers on October 12th of 2023, where Hasan and Ethan are discussing comments made by another creator who argued that all Israelis are occupiers, not civilians. Here's the clip that got circulated around.
Palestinians have the legal ground to violently seize back their own homes from these.
The people who built the Death Star conversation has been happening for 35 years.
Thanks.
You know that
Wait.
article's accurate? Caitlyn really is getting married. You know what I just watched? Me pulling a can off some moron's fist? Return of the Jedi. Didn't you hear me? Caitlyn is really getting married.
What did you like better, Jedi or The Empire Strikes Back?
Empire.
Blasphemy.
Empire had the better ending. I mean, Luke gets his hand
Dude, maybe I am a zoomer. Maybe I am a zoomer.
cut off. Find out Vader's his father. Hand gets frozen, taken away by Boba Fett. It ends on such a down note. I mean, that's what life is. A series of down endings. All Jedi had was a bunch of Muppets.
There was something else going on in Jedi. Never noticed it till today. They built another Death Star, right?
Yeah.
Now, the first one was completed and fully operational before the Rebels destroyed it.
Luke blew it up. Give credit where credit's due.
And the second one was still being built when they blew it up.
Compliments of Lando Calrissian.
Something just never sat right with me that second time around. I could never put my finger on it, but something just wasn't right.
And you figured it out.
The first Death Star was manned by the Imperial Army. The only people on board were stormtroopers, dignitaries, Imperials.
Basically.
So when they blew it up, no problem. Evil's punished.
And the second time around?
The second time around, it wasn't even done being built yet. It was still under construction.
So?
So a construction job of that magnitude would require a hell of a lot more manpower than the Imperial Army had to offer. I'll bet they brought independent contractors in on that thing. Plumbers, aluminum siders, roofers.
Not just Imperials, is that what you're getting at?
Exactly. In order to get it built quickly and quietly, they'd hire anybody that can do the job. Think the average stormtrooper knows how to install a toilet main? All they know is killing in white uniforms.
All right, so they bring in independent contractors. Why are you so upset at its destruction?
All those innocent contractors brought in to do the job were killed. Casualties of a war they had nothing to do with. All right, look, you're a roofer. Some juicy government contract comes your way. You got a wife and kids, the two-story in suburbia. This is a government contract, which means all sorts of benefits. Along come these left-wing...
This is so stupid. Unfortunately, Andor does answer this, yeah, and it was actually just a bunch of fucking imprisoned workers, and they weren't actually independent contractors. I think it was this one.
Who is that guy? I don't think you're understanding just how deep the corruption of the Republic goes. You want to talk about slavery. The clones, bred for war. No choice if they truly want to fight. That's slavery. The Jedi, taken from their parents before they develop conscious thought and indoctrinated into a mythical religion. That's slavery.
Your separatist uncle after a few drinks.
Wake up to reality. What if it's literally as simple as thinking Count Dooku is that guy? I don't think you're understanding just how deep the...
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. All right. Let's finish this video, guys. We're gonna finish this goddamn fucking video.
Settlers. This is a reality. And that is precisely the reason why they have to exist under endless occupation in the West Bank.
You know what? And that's why I say, if it was settlers, that would be a lot more understandable. Yeah. But let's not obfuscate, okay? I understand what you're saying. But this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
This very truncated clip got picked up everywhere. Stitch and Adam, for instance, cut a video titled, "Hasan claims babies are the same as soldiers." As a result, to this day, many believe that Hasan was implying that babies are valid military targets. But the clip can...
I mean, it's literally the same exact thing as the clip of me talking about the fucking child memories or whatever. It's like, we're so far gone from the fucking plot. Holy shit. They're like, Denims literally said you can do anything you want to children because they don't remember anything. It's like, what the fuck are you on about? Hello? You've lost your fucking mind completely. Oh my god. I described a phenomenon that everybody knows about, childhood amnesia. No one even argues that that's not real, that doesn't exist. Second, the entire purpose of that random tangent was to say this is them playing up victim mentality over and over again and pretending like a guy with a clipboard is going to be the most traumatizing experience that a child has ever had in their fucking life. You're just doing the perpetual victimhood again and again and again and again and again forever. And they're like, Denims is saying you can literally torture children. It's like, what the fuck? Holy shit. Oh my god. And in that same clip, I literally say, like, I don't condone calling CPS on anyone. I don't condone it. No one condones it. No one should condone it. I've never said it. I don't think you can find a clip of me saying it because I don't. And it's like, oh my fucking god, dude. Jesus. Are we really, we're just gonna stretch it completely? All right, sure, man, whatever.
Conveniently leaves out what happened just minutes earlier. Hasan and Ethan are discussing JT Chapman's statements about there not being any civilians in Israel proper, as he considers it occupied territory.
If Germany invaded the United States and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and you know everyone knows that's blatantly false, but they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. There are no civilians there.
Hasan and Ethan both go on to disagree with these statements.
I do not agree with that because I don't think that is a reasonable solution.
Do you think what he said is evil?
I think it is, one, unproductive, and two, it does not meet the realities on the ground, and it's not a viable solution.
And after a bit more discussion, Ethan asks Hasan directly about babies being combatants, which Hasan, in no unclear terms, rejects.
So calling, just to be clear, calling babies...
No, of course not.
Settlers.
Of course.
And they're not even living...
They're not.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
They're babies. You can't say this in 2023. I agree.
Thank you for agreeing.
So Hasan using the term baby settlers was just him clarifying what someone else was saying. And as for valid targets, this is another example of Hasan getting clipped dishonestly, when he explicitly said the opposite of what people are claiming he said. This one is also a lie. Moving on.
Aw, thanks. Thanks.
Hasan would put capitalists in re-education camps. This one also comes from the leftovers, where Hasan and Ethan are having a hypothetical conversation
I
about
don't even care if this is true. I literally don't even.
what implementing socialism would look like, specifically how you handle people that don't want it.
What do you do if they're like, nah, fuck that, we're doing capitalism?
Hasan's position is pretty straightforward. He doesn't think this would ever happen in an ideal society, obviously because it's ideal. So to him, it's kind of an inherently weird question.
If everything is given to you, if every single thing is given to you, if all of your problems are solved, then there is no need for conflict of that regard.
But he goes on to say that re-education could be a potential solution specifically for those that commit violent terrorism in the name of capitalism.
The solution to that would always be education.
Re-education?
Re-education, certainly, yeah.
Funnily enough, Ethan is the one that keeps introducing camps into this conversation, and Hasan has to keep saying no to it.
I know that that's like a
Let's
trigger
put them in
word.
camps.
No, not like that. Are
Well,
you
China
talking
does
about,
that.
Are you talking about like resident schools? Are you talking about the
China has
Xinjiang? Yeah,
re-education,
100%. They
yeah.
do. They do it. They did it in Xinjiang,
Which
which I
isn't
think
good,
was,
right?
No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it was good. This is something I have openly criticized as well.
So what would be
Even
good
though
about a socialist re-education camp for capitalists?
I don't think it'd be camps. I mean, it depends on it depends
not
on
camp.
crimes,
Yeah.
right? Are people committing crimes at the behest of this?
So Hasan explicitly rejects camps, rejects the Chinese model, and is literally just describing criminal rehabilitation. For some reason, people just restate Hasan's words and frequently cite him as wanting to put any and all capitalists in re-education camps. But that's literally not what he said. This one is also...
I mean, so I've kind of gotten into some similar conversation about, for example, like, I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. It does terrify me that there are parents today that exist that think that you should beat your kids. That, like, you just teach them a lesson sometimes. Like, that does kind of scare me that those people are real and they exist among us, and they're like, it happened to me, and look, now I beat my kids. It's like, that's not good. That's bad, actually. I don't know, man. That sounds not good, man. I don't know. That's weird that you're saying that out loud, man. That's weird because, you know, all of the research shows that at best, you don't inflict harm, and at worst, you're probably inflicting harm, and you're not actually doing anything good by, you know, beating your kid, and you shouldn't do that because it's not good. That's crazy. That's, you know? The solution to that is not to have like some fucking parent vetting. It's to set up like some type of incentive for parents to learn about like child development, right? That, hey, if you want this like free grant for like you know, $1,000 or whatever you are expecting in the next 6 to 12 months or whatever, if you have just given birth or whatever, the government has a stipend program. All you need to do is show up to the class, and if you pass the class, you get free money. That's it. If you don't want the money, you don't want the money. But if you want the money, show up to this child development class, and you can learn about development and how beating your kids is not good. Because anything else other than that, this is a crazy thing to say. People, and I mean everyone, says that until they alone have a kid, and that flies out the window. That's a crazy self-report, because let me tell you, I know people who've had kids and they don't beat their kids, and they got beat. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay, kid beater, bro. All right. So yeah, I don't know, man. Like, there are ways to incentivize people with our current like economic structure that would benefit everybody. Because you don't want to go down the route of like, you know, only these people can have kids. Because then you start getting into weird eugenics shit. And then generally what happens is all you're doing is preventing poor people from living. And you just set up this horrible caste system. But why can't we incentivize people to learn about it? I would love classes where people realize, oh, yeah, if you physically assault children, they don't actually learn any lessons. They just learn to be afraid of getting beat by you. Oh, okay. That would be cool. That would be cool. But that would be like a form of re-education, right? That wouldn't be a re-education camp. You're 100% correct, but we do have a lot of hard-headed people who would refuse to yield on this. Well, yeah, the goal would be to like have these programs be like productive enough that some people would change their minds. That it would at least maybe play some impact and some influence. So that's, I don't know, that's just my opinion. That's my opinion. All of that was just to say, you can have re-education programs that aren't fucking re-education camps.
Bullshit. The next claim is basically just something about Hasan encouraging violence. This one's a bit nebulous because it's not really any specific incident, it's more of a general vibe that people have.
It's like the terrorist sympathizer one.
Of that he just kind of broadly encourages violence.
Videos of Hasan's violent rhetoric.
He is the one encouraging violence on a regular.
Sorry, I just wanted to read what one chatter said. To sort of explain. Oh my. Worm is sitting. He's sitting funny. I just wanted to read what one chatter said. Thank you for saying this, chatter. I've not once laid my hands on my kids. I talk to them and explain things and have open dialogue, and guess what? It works. My friends whose kids they spank are not as well behaved as my kids. It's not even close. Treating kids as human beings does work. Shocking behavior. Shocking development. Right? That like actually children are like human beings and you can explain concepts to them. Wild. But I'm like a super giga wokey McWoke. I would even like, I don't know, I think I wouldn't go so far as anarchists go, but I saw this one post on my feed once and it was like, do you think kids should be able to take mental days from school? Like, you as a parent, would you ever give your kid a mental day from school? And the number of people I saw in the comments that were like, are you kidding me? My kid doesn't even pay rent. I'm like, what stress do they have to deal with? Dude, public school was very stressful. Public school was very stressful. Sometimes you just had teachers that hated you for no fucking reason. Sometimes you got bullied. Most days I got bullied. Sometimes you had pop quizzes and you weren't ready. You missed your homework. You didn't sleep well. There are a lot of things that are really, and then you're also like getting pumped full of fucking hormones because you're going through puberty. You don't know what the fuck is going on. Like, it's hard. Okay, it's hard. And I will tell you, I always appreciated, I would get like, I would say on average, like maybe once a month or once every 2 months, I was allowed to have like a day off and my mom just let me stay home. And I'd be like, I don't want to go to school. Like, teacher's really mean to me and I just need a day off. And she'd be like, well, how are your grades? And I'm like, good. And she would look at my most recent like report card or whatever. And she's like, yeah, take a day off. You are doing the dishes though. All right. And you are mopping. Listen, just because you're getting a day off from school doesn't mean you're getting a day off from home. All right, get your ass in the kitchen. And then once you finish the chores, spend the rest of the day doing whatever you want. I'm like, shit, man, you got me. Fuck. I'm going to knock this out in 3 hours and then I get to spend the rest of the day gaming. But like, you know, is that so wrong? Is that so wrong? Sometimes you're just like, dude, I had days where like I got just, it was hard to go to school sometimes. It was hard. And yeah, and like again, you literally, when you're growing up, you just like don't know the social rules and you don't know what you're doing wrong and you're doing everything wrong all of the time. And it's very stressful. At least as an adult, you have a pretty good understanding of like why people do certain things and how people will respond to certain things. When you're growing up, it's just, you're just struggle bussing. You're just struggle bussing until you figure it out, man. Do you guys mind if I just like go get like a water, like a soda or something really quickly? I'll leave you guys with something. Don't worry. This is why I got bullied in school. Yes.
regular basis.
It's so obviously a call to violence.
I am so tired.
Denims, you deserved it. I'd have bullied your ass too. Denims kind of deserved to be bullied. This is annoying as fuck. TBH, you deserved it for that. Okay. I don't disagree is the problem, but truth nuke, I'm afraid.
Of this man and his violent rhetoric.
And look, Hasan absolutely uses incendiary language. He said things like this.
You need to be fucking showing your opponent's guts on there, okay? You need to be gutting them. You need to be shanking these motherfuckers and letting their intestines just ride on stage. What the fuck is this shit, man? Slice them and fucking dice them. What the fuck is this?
Which, I'm sorry, but that's just funny. But it's also just metaphorical. He's talking about political debates. He's saying Democrats need to be more aggressive and cutthroat in debates. It's not an actual call to violence, it's just being expressive and provocative. What you won't find if you actually watch Hasan's content is any encouraging or advocating for direct violence.
I don't think violence against civilians is justified.
I would never advocate for violence against a political enemy.
Any kind of violence against civilians is completely unjustifiable.
I just think this high roading with Democrats is so stupid. Like, well, we wouldn't want to say anything that would make them mad. Girl, they've been calling you a fucking pedophile baby blood drinker for the entire election season. I think you can call him a rapist, actually. He is one.
Bad faith version of this stuff was on full display after Charlie Kirk's assassination, when certain people, like Tectone, used these obviously figurative expressions as evidence that Hasan openly calls for violence. And this happened again after the recent
Oh, thanks, Fenric.
assassination attempt on President Trump, when people like Short-Fed Otaku seemingly reflexively start blaming Hasan. But there is absolutely no evidence for this. In fact, that shooter seems to have been pretty openly oppositional to Hasan on social media. There's also no real evidence of Charlie Kirk's assassin being a Hasan fan either. So this idea that Hasan encourages any actual violence is very dumb, and the instances people point to as evidence for it are often entirely made up. So it'd be more honest if this critique was just that it's irresponsible for Hasan to speak the way that he sometimes does. But at that point, I just think you're kind of being a baby. Alright, next. Hasan shocked his dog. The story doesn't need much introduction. Hasan's dog, Kaya, appeared to yelp on stream when he reached for something on his desk, and the internet exploded with speculation that he used a shock collar on her. This prompted one of the most frenzied online news cycles ever about Hasan, where for weeks, #Collargate was all anybody talked about. Hasan denied using the collar. People analyzed every frame of the incident, and it still gets brought up to this day. Now, I will say, as far as whether Hasan shocked Kaya or not, based on all the available evidence, it's probably true. But here's the thing. Kaya is obviously a well-cared-for animal. She goes on multiple walks a day, she has regular playtime with other dogs, and everyone attests to how loved and spoiled she is.
I have the best. It's crazy. Like, if there was...
I want to say, I'm curious how he came to the conclusion that the evidence showed that she was shocked. I don't really care that he thinks that, to be very clear. And realistically, this entire campaign was organized by Dan Stockman. So I don't trust it to begin with, because the source isn't good. But let's just continue, and then I'll keep going.
The dog Olympics, like, she literally clears it. She is the #1.
And shock collars, while not my preference, are a legal and still somewhat widely used training tool. This is basically the dog equivalent of spanking a child. You can disagree with it, and I do also, but the idea that this represents some pattern of abuse is pretty silly. And if Hasan does use a shock collar and then lied about it, I kinda get why. Considering this situation
The analogy is faulty.
to some people filing reports to have Kaya taken away. Does anybody really think it would be better for Kaya to be entered into the foster system rather than staying in the LA mansion where she seems to live a largely spoiled and happy life? Look, if you want to criticize him for using a shock collar, that's totally fine. That is a legitimate concern. But this story quickly stopped being about Kaya.
The reason the analogy isn't good is because, you guys ever, like, get zapped by, like, the fake chewing gum? The idea that all zaps
Denims is streaming.
are of the same voltage and that 10,000 volts is the exact same as, like, 1 volt is a little silly. You guys ever get, like, fake, like, handshaked and you get zapped? That's different from, like, spanking your kid. The experience of getting spanked is not fun. As someone who got the belt multiple times, it was never fun. And there's, like, maybe you could compare it to, like, hitting a kid's hand with, like, a ruler. even that feels like it causes physical pain. You know what I mean? Like severe physical pain. I don't know shit about dog trainers. Go watch Dog Trainers if you want to read about the intricacies of collars. My cats don't even have any type of collar, even though I think cats are so cute when they have little bells on them. But that's because I have a stupid fucking human brain and I'm like, no, cats should be free. They're free creatures. I shall not put any like restraint on you. Be free, my worms. So I feel wrong putting a little collar on them, on their neck, even though they're so cute. And obviously they don't care, and it's like fine, like a little bell. It's like it's so cute. I'm just explaining to you my mentality. I'm literally just explaining to you my mentality. Pro bird murder? No, my cats don't go outside. My cats don't go outside. The only time my cat goes outside is when I put, and it's the only time she ever has, a harness on her. All right? So no, my cats don't go outside. Again, unless I have the full harness and the leash, and I'm there with her the whole time. Oh, what was I saying? Making a different point. Oh, that's just my opinion on animals. I'm like, at least with cats, I'm like, no, cats should be free. They shouldn't have any colors. They should be free to roam. And not like literally outside, but inside. And I shouldn't burden them with human tools, right? But that's just like an American, like not American brain. That's just like stupid, dumb cat brain. And realistically, they're so cute when they have the little bell on them. It's so cute. Moving on from that point. To a separate point. I don't know. I don't train dogs. I don't have dogs. I've never had a dog. I don't know anything about dogs. I think the only context that I have seen online about shock collars that I think most people would agree with is that very aggressive dogs that would otherwise be put down, trainers that use shock collars for those dogs that are already very aggressive and the only other solution is euthanizing them. I think everyone probably is like, yeah, if they're not responding to anything else and the only other solution is to kill them. It's like, that's, I guess, I don't know enough. Kaya's always been really sweet though. And she's always been really polite. I mean, the times that I've met her, she's always been really, really sweet, which makes me think that he wasn't using a shock collar. Like, I don't know what behavior is so negative in her that he would have needed to use a shock collar. Like, it seems weird that he would use one. It just seems out of... I believe he would use a vibration collar. Maya herself literally said she would shock Hasan herself if she thought that he did. Yeah, because again, and this is just like a very layman experience or like a layman understanding of dog training. The only seemingly good instance that you would ever use one would be a dog that otherwise has gotten into so many violent altercations with people or other people's animals that the only training method that they've responded to is the shock collars. And then I'm like, dude, this is like way out of my ballpark. I don't know. But again, Kaya's always been super, super sweet. The other thing too is like, I don't know why so many people watch this clip and we're like, dogs don't randomly make noises. It's like, have you had a pet before? Ever? People were like, he had to have shocked her. Why did she yelp? It's like, first of all, I think it's pretty obvious from the clip that if she yelped at anything, it looks like her fucking dew claw got stuck. But second, as someone who's hung out with dogs and dog friends, because forget about the cats are gone, people. Let's forget about the cats for a second. I've hung out with dog friends and they're like, their dog will randomly be like, "Barr!" And they're like, oh, what are you barking about? Stop it. And then they just sit back down. And I'm like, does it just do that? And they're like, yeah. Sometimes they just get really excited or I don't know. They like have a bad dream or something and then they wake up and then they just like, sometimes this stupid dog that I have, it doesn't know how to run on the floor and then it gets scared because there isn't carpet. So it starts to yelp because it's sliding because it's just a big idiot. I don't know. They're just kind of they're sweet big idiots, but they're just kind of sweet big idiots and that's it. And I'm like, oh. Okay. I don't. Your dogs are very behaved and they're super sweet. So I guess sure. Sometimes if you raise your voice, a dog will yelp. One of my friends has a dog that if you clap, they'll bark. And every once in a while, I'll forget and I'll be like, dude. And then it barks. I'm like, oh. And they're like, don't worry. He's a drama queen. He's literally a drama queen. I've had this big idiot for 10 years. He's never attacked or gotten near attacking anyone ever. He's just a drama queen. And then they were like, the only time that dog misbehaves is when they have to get their nails cut at the groomers because they fucking hate it. And that's the only time they've ever misbehaved. And I'm like, pretty good dog. And I said, pretty nice. So the point that I'm making is, and if he did shock her, why hadn't he done it before? She would be adjusted to it to not yelp. That's the other thing that's so bizarre. So much of like the basis of this had to have been a shock collar was like, she yelped. It's like, have you fucking had a pet before? If you think that there's a chance that it might have been a shock collar, that's sure. Okay, that's at least within the realm of reason. But this idea that animals have never yelped randomly for any what are we doing, dude? I think actually it was an explosive collar. I think the collar actually exploded. But yeah, I'm moving on.
And turned into yet another desperate scramble for a smoking gun to use against Hasan.
Do I personally care about Kaya? I could give a fuck about Kaya. That said, yeah, it's fair to push this because it hurts Hasan, and Hasan is a bad person.
I was literally listening to the Kaya thing live while I was in the car, and literally my first instinct was that her nail probably got caught on, or her toe got stepped on. It's the most dog shit ever.
Spending a month covering it, filing animal welfare reports, and demanding Twitch ban him over this. These just aren't really proportionate responses to what he actually did. So I don't know, man, this obviously isn't ideal, but to me, even as someone who doesn't eat meat and also likes dogs, it's just not that serious. Chill the fuck out.
And this is the other thing too. Pretty sure the probably true thing was a joke because this is the most obviously untrue thing. Here's the other thing too. I don't get the jump from it might have been possible that it was a shock collar to he definitely shocked his dog to he is abusing his dog. We're going straight to he's definitely abusing his dog. You're an idiot. Like, to go straight there. The most documented pet in the streaming space is being abused. And also everyone who's ever met Kaya has said that she is the sweetest, most loving dog on the planet. Okay.
Next, Hasan supports terrorism. Even just engaging with this claim makes me feel like I'm losing on principle. And just to be clear, I don't really think that anything I'm about to say is particularly insightful. But what does supports terrorism even mean? Because if it means speaks positively of organizations that have been designated as terrorist groups by the US Department of State, then yeah, sure, he does do that. But when most people, especially apolitical commentators, say this about Hasan, that's not really what they're saying. They're using it as this severe moral condemnation, as though it's just self-evidently true that supporting any terrorist group is morally horrible. End of conversation. But if your definition of a terrorist is just whoever the government says is one, then surely you think anybody who supported the American Revolution or Nelson Mandela is a bad guy. That doesn't sound right. So if that's not your definition, and it's something more like someone who carries out political violence against civilians, then unfortunately groups like the IDF are also terrorists, and people who call their pilots heroes are supporting terror. I think there are basically two types of people who make this criticism. The first one, which is probably the vast majority, is somebody who just hasn't thought very hard about what terrorist actually means, or how the list of them is historically just determined by the interests of those in power as much as anything else. But the other much smaller percentage of people that make this criticism are probably just saying that he's supporting groups that they don't personally agree with supporting. But this sounds like
it's just like easier to say, well, he supports terrorists, but they can't actually back any of it up. It's so pathetic. My cats are terrorists. They're attacking me, a civilian. The thing that got me was it was all about how the original poster framed the clip. If you presented the clip to anyone without suggesting she was shocked, I doubt many people would have come to that conclusion. Yep. People still keep coming into his stream asking where the dog is because they like think he killed her, but she's literally on screen sleeping. Fucking bots. It's like a damned if you do, damned if you don't. It's so annoying.
Less of a moral condemnation and more like you just disagree. Like, are you saying your big moral issue with Hasan is that he supports the rebel group in Yemen instead of the Western-backed government, who, by the way, have likely killed far more civilians than the Houthis have? Norway is an example of a country that does have a list of designated terrorist groups, a list that notably does not include the Houthis. So if Hasan moved to Norway, would he then be all good to go on saying positive things about them? And furthermore, somebody supporting the cause of a group like the Houthis doesn't mean that they support all of their tactics.
Any kind of violence against civilians is completely unjustifiable.
Speaking positively of a group is not the same as endorsing every action they've ever taken, and collapsing that distinction is how you wind up with a completely useless definition of support. Now, there is obviously some utility to the word terrorism in humanitarian and international law.
Well, I support women, which means I also support every single woman who was ever a serial killer.
But that's just not really what's typically being discussed when most people say this stuff about Hasan. Most of them are just saying he supports terrorism and terrorism is bad, which is not really an argument. I have a lot more to say about this topic, but I'll keep it short and say that you're kind of telling on yourself if your big criticism of Hasan is that he, quote, supports terrorism. Because while he does express views that a lot of people find uncomfortable, his position on this is actually closer to that of a significant portion of international legal scholars, human rights organizations, and frankly a lot of the world outside of the West. I mean, hell, George Lucas made billions of dollars off of terrorism. So to be honest, I can't even really evaluate the truth of this claim, because it's kind of a nonsensical, thought-terminating criticism, and I don't even really know what the fuck people are actually saying when they make it. And speaking of terrorism, Hasan interviewed a terrorist. Let's keep this brief. Hasan interviewed Rashid al-Haddad in early 2024. He's a Yemeni influencer and self-described media personality and photographer. Hasan was under the impression before the interview that Rashid was affiliated with the Houthis, probably because of the nickname that people gave him on social media, but he quickly corrected himself when he realized that he wasn't. There is no evidence that Rashid participated in seizing any ships or has any formal Houthi association. People use really dumb pieces of evidence to say, oh no, he is a Houthi, like this Instagram comment, where he just says he is a soldier, which could mean almost anything, or the photos that he took on this captured vessel, which was open to the public for photos. But ultimately, it wouldn't really matter if he was a Houthi. Hasan should be allowed to interview terrorists on stream. There's just no evidence that this guy is one. Rashid is currently suing Ethan Klein for repeatedly calling him a terrorist. So based on the evidence that we have, this one's also kind of—
Abby Martin literally interviewed Hamas members. Well, she's literally a terrorist then. You're a fucking moron.
bullshit. And finally, Hasan is anti-Semitic. This claim could be its own video, and this one's long enough as it is, so I'll keep this brief too. The evidence that people cite for Hasan being anti-Semitic is either extremely amorphous and vague, or simply not good evidence at all. There's him calling a chatter pig dog.
You fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dog! Suck my dick!
Which people claimed was an anti-Semitic slur, even though it doesn't appear in common anti-Semitism glossaries, and Hasan primarily uses it to describe capitalists and imperialists.
You imperialist, capitalist pig dog, you fucking violent murderer of the third world.
There's him calling Orthodox Jewish settlers inbred, which was clearly just supposed to be an insult directed at people who subscribe to a racist ideology, not Jewish people as a group.
You know, the broad majority of the ultra-Orthodox are also unimaginably racist and very much pro-Israel. I can't wait for these inbred motherfuckers to have to serve and see what happens to the IDF.
And beyond that, most of the rest of it are just these nebulous, broader claims about his positions on Israel and how they point to an underlying bigotry. But almost every single example that people use for this often could be better explained by him simply being anti-Zionist. For instance, people often point to things like Hasan saying that rapes having happened on October 7th wouldn't change his perspective.
This one is probably the most annoying because I feel like the other ones are really easy to be very dishonest about. How do you fall for this one? How did anyone fall for this? I'm sorry, like in what world? Let's say like, just really quickly. In what world, if some group had a smaller group, which had a smaller group of people who did rapes, you think you should genocide all of them? That's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say. Huh? In no universe does that even make any sense ever. They get really mad before he even finishes the thoughts. Rapes don't make genocide okay. It's really that easy to grasp. Like, I just want to speak to the people who think that if the militia group, if a small portion of people of a militia group, of an identity, a group of people, do any rape, you're allowed to genocide all of those people now? Okay. All right. Okay. Sure. You know, Catholic white people committed a lot of rape. So what? Now we just genocide all of the white people. That makes sense to you? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my fucking life. How do you fall for such a stupid fucking propaganda? All right. This one just pisses me off because I feel like you have to be a certain level of stupid to fall for it.
Evidence of anti-Semitism, but that's not anti-Semitic. It's actually a pretty consistent application of Hasan's anti-imperialist framework. And if there's a perceived double standard in how aggressively he talks about Israel versus other actors, it could very easily be explained by his own family background in the Middle East, or the region's history, rather than automatically assuming it's just secret racial animus towards
Calling Turkish people Middle Eastern? Uh-oh.
Jews. He isn't uniquely fixated on Jewish institutions. He applies this same lens to American imperialism,
Everyone disliked that.
Saudi Arabia, capitalism,
I'm just kidding.
and plenty of other power structures. I think in 2026, if you look for anti-Semitism hard enough, you'll kind of see what you want to see. But the idea that this progressive, leftist, anti-class, equality-minded type of audience are actually secretly racist towards this one group of people, it's a pretty big stretch when these people are consistently anti-racist on every other axis. Now, the more sophisticated version of this argument is that even if Hasan never says anything explicitly anti-Semitic, his rhetoric still functions to foster hostility towards Jewish people, even if that isn't his intent. This is basically the functional racism version of the argument. It's the same thing as saying voter ID laws are racist. It's not because the people writing them necessarily want to disenfranchise black people, but because they do disproportionately cause that to happen. But for one, that argument requires you to subscribe to a view of racism that isn't really speaking to the character or intent of the individual, which kind of makes it have less bite. And two, that's if you subscribe to that framework, which I personally don't. So in my opinion, calling Hasan anti-Semitic isn't even misleading, it's just not substantiated. There are obviously a lot more claims we could go through, but the pattern is pretty clear. The lies about Hasan Piker that come from this side of the internet are pervasive, they're widespread, and an embarrassing number of them fall apart under even mild scrutiny. This video was focused on the drama and commentary side of this dynamic. Ethan Klein, the people around him, and what they've done to the content creation ecosystem over the last couple of years. But truthfully, this is only half of the story. Hasan also gets a hysterical level of hate from the more genuinely politically oriented crowd too, and that stuff could probably be its own video. But at some point, the commentary slop guys started getting courted by the politics sphere to the Hasan bad cause anyway. And then when you have creators like Hutch, who covered Collargate for a month straight, and whose channel often looks almost indistinguishable from Nux Taku's, it's just at a certain point, these two groups kind of start to morph together into this big, neurotic mess, and it just gets a little hard to keep taking them as seriously. Now, there are decent criticisms of Hasan. For example, in his interview with Rashid, he laughs along at the idea of Houthi pirates dancing and having fun with their captives, which could be Hasan basically sanitizing a Stockholm Syndrome type of situation. If you're gonna have this type of interview, you probably need to come in more prepared to handle those moments responsibly. He's also an extremely sloppy communicator, and at a certain point, if you're getting clipped dishonestly this much, you gotta be doing something wrong somewhere. And there are plenty of these. You know, he does tend to moderate his views in contentious conversations. He does have some questionable opinions on oppressive governments. One of my big ones is that he has on occasion spread misinformation that I think he should retract or correct. There are fair critiques to make, but we sort of left the realm of reasonable, honest perception of Hasan a long time ago, and we're now in the land of Hasan is literally like Hitler. And this Hasan bad virus has gone mainstream. Every week it seems like there's a new article from a big publication trying to convince people how terrible Hasan is, often citing these out-of-context clips or quotes that came from our side of the internet. Dan Saltman is even writing news articles now, pretending to give some thoughts on a senator.
News articles. Is that what we're calling it now? All right, man. Uh-huh. Yeah, and I'm a fucking news anchor, bro. All right.
A race in Michigan, but in reality, it's just about Hasan. It's always just about Hasan. This is like kind of insane. Whatever you can honestly say about Hasan Piker, he isn't fucking dangerous. He doesn't deserve to be deplatformed. He's just a goofy Turkish dude saying crazy political shit from his gaming room.
If I step foot wearing this outfit in Toronto, I can't have my hair showing. I can't wear a skirt. I can't have my arms out.
Yeah, I can't wear my skirt in Tehran. I can't eat Kubi Day. Whoopee, don't you understand? I can't wear bikini to the beach. So obviously, they all need to die. We need to kill them.
So whether you're one of these Team Liberals people blaming Hasan for all their self-inflicted problems, or you're a slop commentary YouTuber who won't know what to do if you have to cover anything else, please, by all means, hate Hasan, but just be fucking honest about it. This whole Hasan derangement thing, especially recently, has gotten completely
Wait, this isn't the Denims News Network? Well, you are my source for news? Wait a minute.
control. Because
Heck, wait, I am an anchor.
what's kind of telling. Hasan, despite the smear campaigns, despite people trying to
Like, I get it for these people, for like the slop tubers. God forbid they actually have to like make content that isn't just Hasan bad. Their brains might fucking break. I get it. Because it's like, when you're farming, it's so fun to farm. But the thing is, it's like, it gets boring after a little. Don't you get tired? And like, especially when you have to be dishonest to do it. Like, we had some fun farming Ethan Klein for a little bit, and then it got boring. And I was like, that's enough of that. I don't know. I'm tired of the poop jokes. We farmed Asmon for a little bit, and then it got boring. It's like, yeah. Hard shift at the hate factory. Also, I'm sorry, I just saw this. Comrade, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Like, I understand. Have like a fun little farm cycle. I get it. But then go back to your bread and butter. The problem is the bread and butter doesn't exist. Like, we'll have our fun little farming cycles, and then we go back to, like, covering the, like, you know, whatever the fuck Trump is doing in the Middle East now. But they just never stop. They just started the Hasan hate farm, and they just, like, got addicted to the clicks and the views, and then they just left.
take his dog. Despite being called a terrorist and an anti-Semite and a rapist, he's never sued anybody. He's never tried to get anyone deplatformed or gone after entire websites. It turns out, Hasan, not bad. Hasan, pretty good actually. Ethan Klein, on the other hand, just recently filed a lawsuit against Noah Samson for the opinion that Ethan was, through his content choices, running defense for a genocide. That's Noah's belief. Ethan wants to control whether Noah is allowed to express it. And every creator who's been profiting off of Hasan bad, while also cheering on Ethan's anti-free speech behavior, should ironically probably be thanking Hasan for not holding them to the same standard that they're celebrating. You know, for not being like Ethan. The thing about people like Ethan, who try to convince people that they're wrong for expressing their opinion, for criticizing them, or even just for hating them, they are the ones with the problem. They're the ones who can't help themselves from going out of their way to read every word that people write about them. They're insecure, irrational thinkers who desperately want to control how people perceive them, and it drives them crazy that they can't. So whether it's Willie Mac, or iDubbbz, or me, or anybody else in this video,
Hasan suing Hutch would be the funniest fucking thing ever. That would never happen because Hasan doesn't care enough. Well, yeah, the problem is, like, I think also Hasan has, like, empathy for bald people. And he recognizes that suing Hutch would cause a lot of bad bald press. And I don't think he wants to cause that, you know?
talk your shit
He's
about
bald.
them. You shouldn't let somebody like Tectone convince you that you're the wrong one for believing that he's a sexual predator. Don't let Nicholas DeOrio dissuade you from calling him out for being a giant pathetic loser. Talk your shit and let other people talk their shit to you. Even if you truly hate the guy, you should be a Hasan. Don't be an Ethan.
Damn.
Before we go,
You know, Ethan, because he can't resist watching any content or can't resist reading anything about himself, he watched through the whole thing and he probably got so pissed off by the end of it. But like the good little pussy that he is, he won't actually react to it on stream.
there's someone I want to introduce. It's a guy who's one of the great internet philosophers of our time, and he's somebody I think Ethan Klein would have a lot in common with. His name's John Card, and in his video on Pirate Software, he has something to say that I think applies to Ethan Klein perfectly.
There's some people out there in the world who think it's just inherently wrong or regressive or childish to hate people or to rail against public figures online or whatever. And those people are wrong. Wrong and just trying to run cover for all the other people in the world who deserve criticism. When you find someone who deserves all the hate they're getting, and much, much more, encourage that hate. Feed it. Remind yourself and others that it's perfectly okay,
Paradox of tolerance,
good even, to wish all the worst in the world on this guy and people like him. You shouldn't just merely dislike the man or simply disagree with his opinions. You should hate him and everything he stands for and represents.
Pretty funny. Stop, dude, stop. The crazy thing too is just like I'm actually an enlightened centrist about this one. If I can just be totally upfront and straight up with all of you, I think it's fine to be a hater. I think as long as you're not getting like, as long as you're not crossing any lines that shouldn't be crossed, like obviously like anyone who does swatting on people, like you're a sack of shit, like don't do that. You know, death threats, rape threats, like stop. Just stop. Okay? There are, I don't even know the circumstances where those would ever be acceptable. I don't think that there are any circumstances where like a rape threat would ever be okay. Like I just don't think it exists. But the thing is, I'm fine with people getting mean comments written about them if they spend a lot of time saying mean things about other people. I have never once said it's fucked up that everybody sends me mean messages. I'm a hater ass bitch. I bring it upon myself by being a hater. And that's fine with me. I have never told people, stop sending me messages. Mostly because I do think a lot of the hate messages make me laugh. So I want them to keep going. I do think some of them are really funny. But ignoring that for a second, if you're a hater ass bitch, and you spend a lot of your time being a hater ass bitch, harassing other people. I was thinking of like Asmongold literally doing obscene stuff, getting people fired, like whatever. You don't get to complain that people are mean to you in your replies. I'm a hater ass bitch. I make fun of people all the time. I call them pussy ass bitches that don't want to debate me or whatever, that will invite me for the debate and then fucking dip and dodge and duck and weave. And I'll just call you a pussy ass bitch. If you bullied me back, I'd be like, eh. The thing that I have an issue with is cry bullies. That's what I've always had an issue with. That is the number one thing that I've always had an issue with. If you are going to dish it out, you got to take it, man. And you'll never catch me being like, this person said that I suck and I'm the worst. All right. That's valid. I mean, I said your fucking internet daddy was the worst and he was stupid and dumb and whatever. Yeah, you're allowed to say that to me. Sure. I don't really care about your opinion because I went to your profile picture and all of it is about some lolicon feet images. So your opinion is worthless. Oh, you're someone who just AI generates photos of AOC in a bikini. Your opinion is worthless too. Okay. I'm glad that you dislike me. Actually, thank God you dislike me. You. Jesus, for a moment. Girl, what? No, I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you. It's a zoo out there. It's the Ethan Kleins of the world that I think are just so pathetic. It's like, you've literally built a career on bullying other people on the internet. You bullied Haas. You bullied, I don't have a fucking full list. Countless people. And you would argue that it was okay for you to do that. But if people do it to you back and they say, poopy Klein, you don't get to say, this is anti-Semitism. You guys literally had a fucking Snark subreddit for frenemies. And it was practically dedicated to harassing Trisha Paytas, dude. Come on, man. Like, what exactly what are we fucking doing, man? Like, for the love of God. Honestly, I don't know that there is anyone whose opinion you give a fuck about. Well, I care about, like, the opinions from people that are close to me, that are my friends. I care about that a lot. And I care about the opinions from people who I view as, like, intelligent and grounded. And there are a lot of people that fall into that group where I'm like, wow, like if this person who I consider to be pretty smart is criticizing me, that is something worth listening to. The problem is when I like check the people that are criticizing me, it's like, I'm sorry, this guy Nux Taku had a Discord server that had children getting groomed, and he was showing child hentai on his YouTube channel. What the fuck? This guy Tectone is sexually assaulting his ex-girlfriend? This guy, he just eats Oreos, so that's fine. Like, I can't let myself care about your opinion because I know your opinion doesn't mean anything. And it's that simple. It's that simple. Those kind of people actually hating you is actually a W. It also helps that like you can tell the intelligence of like a community or like a fan base by their insults. And the fact that the only insults I get, like 99% of the insults I get are whore and how's the lawsuit going? It's like, you guys are really dumb, huh? You can't come up with a single original thing? That's sad for you. I am sad for you. You made me a little sad, but not actually because anything you said impacted me, but because I'm sad for you. Your best insult was one you stole from 6,000 other comments. All right. That's okay, brother. That's okay. Your camera is too big. Oh, man. But anywho. That's all I wanted to say on that. But you guys already know, I did promise gaming stream. Gaming. Yeah, that's right. Promises made, promises kept. They're so Midwestern, Dembo. But anywho, slaps me. Yeah, I'm something of a Midwesterner. All right, well, let's go to the gaming stream time for all the politics frog. Thanks you guys for so much for coming in. It only took us like we watched like 3.5 hours because we skipped some of these sections. But let's just say we watched the full 4 hours. It only took us 3 streams to get through 4 hours, guys. Oh my god. All right. For all the politics frogs, I will see you guys tomorrow or maybe Thursday. I'm not sure. For gaming frogs, I'll see you guys in like 2 seconds. What are you playing? We're playing Resident Evil 2. We're playing the Claire playthrough. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I have to pee again. I've been really hydrated today, so it's been tough for me. Let me close some of this stuff. Alright. Let's raid into the Not Denims channel. Right into the gaming channel. And with that, I will say thank you everybody for tuning into the stream. Have a great rest of your day. If you're a politics frog, I will see you tomorrow. If not, I'll see you in like 5 seconds. In which case, see you in the next one, everybody. Bye. Weird champ, you can ignore that I showed up on the screen. Weird champ. Stop looking at me! Stop! Go away!